Well, hello, everybody. We are slowly going to get that volume down on the sound and music. I still have my fucking... I need to see... Now that we're doing both shows, I need to figure out how to make sure that I turn this goddamn filter off every single time. This is... like that. Boom. It's a whole thing. What a nightmare. Hello, everyone. I hope all of you are well today. It's 5 years. This is one of the strangest things that I've had a chance to experience, actually, has been the growth of the Quarantine Collective. Genuinely one of the more amazing things I've been fortunate to experience myself. But honestly, I'm genuinely humbled that I've been able to be a part of it. A lot of people, people go in and out because we have, I'm kind of the voice of the QC, and it's more that it's happened that way than it's something I died for. Originally we had co-hosts sort of doing stuff for a while, and then it was just me. It was forging ahead would be the phrase. And over time, as more people got involved, we have more readings, and you'll see lots and lots of those readings. We have an amazing group of people, genuinely. And yeah, for this anniversary of the Discord server and the QC, we are not streaming on it. There's a big reason for that. Well, the next few weeks are kind of the anniversary of it. It's going to be a lot of stuff we're doing. We're kicking something off today. But we're going to be doing a couple more fun streams. We're going to be doing stuff in the Discord server. We're going to be trying to get people to share their stories of the whole thing. Oh, I know Ben destroyed me. I'm used to it with Ben. But we're going to be having a lot more conversations. But this specific thing, this utter fucking nightmare that we're going to be dealing with today. This one... I don't feel like having a lot of people on the Discord together to watch this, I think would do well. If you are unaware of what I'm speaking of. Oh, God. Oh, God. Four years ago, I think, almost 5 years ago, we were 6 months into the QC, and a braceleted, I don't know, whatever the fuck, walking Hot Topic bro, decided to do a video explaining Anti-Edipus. And we at the QC sat and we watched this thing and we roasted the shit out of it for a good, I want to say 3 or 4 hours. Oh yeah, Jan, who was one of the people, and Ben, and oh my God, it was probably 30 people who came in and out of the sort of chat as we were doing this. Our friend Plastic Pills, and when I say friend, I cannot be more sarcastic. We just roasted the shit out of it. And I'm not someone at the time, especially, I did not have a significant amount of confidence when it came to my understanding of Anti-Edipus or Deleuze. But there are things said in this. One, every sentence is kind of wrong. And it's wrong in ways that are, I don't want to say spectacular. The misreading of Anti-Edipus is easy to do. It's an easy thing for people to do. But his misreadings of all of that, his misreadings are uniquely bad. And the thing that is the most horrifying of this is this thing has gotten, if you can't see, 225,000 views. And the top comments always say things like, "Damn, Pills, this is your best video. Can tell how much effort you put into this. Top notch, bro. Back in college, we used to refer to them as Dolce & Gabbana. I just finished Anti-Edipus yesterday morning and started 1,000 Plateaus. I've never dealt with more difficult set of books. Definitely doesn't help. This very positive across the board. It's awful. It's genuinely one of the worst, maybe overall, I want to say one of the worst videos on AO that there is. I would probably say that in general. So I'm going to adjust my camera a bit. We're going to relax, and we are going to deal with what is genuinely just an awful, awful goddamn video. Just an awful goddamn video. God damn it. Why do I do this? Because I love you all. So, if you love what I do, please give the stream a like. Please drop a note and a comment. At some point, I may take this into the Discord because I may get tired because, again, every sentence is wrong. But we are going to jump around here a little bit because this isn't just about proving someone wrong. It's not just about that, because I don't have any need to prove someone wrong who says that Deleuze wants us to experience schizophrenic delirium as political revolution. Or that, you know what, it doesn't even, like, again, every sentence. But this is a chance for us to teach. It's a chance for us to teach. So we're going to jump back and forth between that and, let me make sure I have the right PDF up, because I've been bouncing around and reading as I sort of prepped for today, because this is really just the worst thing that exists. There's that. Boom. We get you up. And let me make sure that the PDF is showing. And it is not. So we go here. Let me get the right PDF up. Boom. 2 seconds. I want to make sure that we have... No, we're going to do this right. Set this up so that way I have my search function open, and I don't want you to have to deal with all of that shit. Boom. Am I underrating Guattari here? No. Not underrating him. Just the sheer misreadings across the board, it's hard to do. So, Anthromarks, this video is for you. You're not the person who literally I'm doing it for, but I know that plastic pills was how you got to Deleuze. Plastic pills is how a lot of people did. I can tell you right now that very, very few people who come out of it are able to make their way back. So, it's really awful. So, we're going to bounce back and forth between that and the website. Ping, boom, there it is. And we are just going to make our way as we go. Like the stream. Guattari is not going to be erased. Don't worry. I've got all my books here. We're going to go line by line and we are going to explain why it's wrong. Why it's wrong. Because it's not just shitting on it. This is not Philosophy Tube. Philosophy Tube is without content. Philosophy Tube is without form. Philosophy Tube is pure fluff and surface. And despite, I don't know, ex-philosophy professors who say that only angry young men alone in their basement, angry and screaming about Philosophy Tube, are the only people going on about how terrible she is. This is actually substantially wrong. And that's why it's worth us spending time on it. So let's...
On videos are popular, at least
Yep, one sec. Gotta gotta reset my audio myself. Because this fucking stream was Sunday, screwed up all my audio as I got everything going. What are you gonna do, right? Very little I can do. So, boom, boom. And that should be good. And I'm speaking. I think we're set.
compared to the ones that I've done.
And I can't get audio at all. What the fuck?
But Deleuze and Guattari are done with psychoanalysis. It's over. It's too limiting.
They're not.
It had its day. So brace yourself for some dissonance, and you may have to work out for yourself which side you fall on.
It's hard for me to describe how insanely bad this video is.
This is going to be sweeping and long, so give me those contents and keep hold of your avocado toast. This book is really difficult, though maybe not as difficult as it seems the first time you open it. I'm not going to summarize the whole thing. I'm just going to make the case that it offers a model for an alternative politics. It's a left politics, but alt-left. Oh, that's exactly what we need. One more label for leftists to differentiate themselves from every other leftist on the internet. But no, this is a little different as a model. Still, it's interested in capitalism and a critique of capitalism, but far less interested in ideology. And instead,
it's less interested in ideology because it debunks ideology.
It focuses on generating resistances. This book, and here, let's try that movie.
I'm not going to be shitting on every single sentence that is clearly wrong. We're waiting until he starts making comments about the theory, because his interpretation I really don't give a shit about. It's idiotic and childish, but we're going to be just focusing on the actual things from the book that he says.
Movie magic, right there. The title, let's break it down. First, Anti-Edipus. It's against psychoanalysis and to an extent, ideology critique also. The Oedipus, of course, is Freud's Oedipus complex, which is the foundation of psychoanalysis. Capitalism, which, as you know, is the...
Again, it's hard for me not to just stop. Everything is wrong. Psychoanalysis is not like has its foundation in Oedipus. Oedipus is a formation within it, a mythological, tragic formation that is seen as being sort of baseline. But again, it's not even incorrect in a coherent way. It's incoherent in an incorrect way, which is amazing. So this is, by the way, the worst sentence in the book. I'm going to rewind it and we'll get through it. But
is the foundation of psychoanalysis. Capitalism, which, as you know, is the global desiring machine, which captures our desire.
Like I said, everything is incoherently wrong. Capital is not a desiring machine. Capital is actually not even a social machine. Capital is the socius. It is the surface of recording on which the material conditions and recordings of society are formed. But again, it's the surface of that recording. It is not actually itself a desiring machine that captures desire. Desiring machines don't capture desire. Why would desiring machines capture desire? How does desire get captured by a desiring machine that's a socius? It's incoherently wrong. He said, yes, he called capitalism a desiring machine. As I said, he's not just wrong. Like, wrong would be at least interesting. It might be static across the board. It's doing the static thing occasionally. Of course it is. Of course it's going to. Why would you not expect me to have the worst audio ever? You people expect too much out of me. You need to just accept that I'm terrible at my job in general. Okay? This should probably fix it, though. This should, in theory, fix it. Let me know if it doesn't. From here. Desiring machines are the ontological thing for Deleuze and for Guattari. The reason for this is because they took a look at sort of, we want to look around at all of the different theories of how sort of things come together. We have, you could say, a mechanistic view of the world, which is not wrong. A mechanistic view is you can point to like elements of this, especially molecularly. Mechanistic view isn't like an incorrect way, but it has an incoherence once you reach certain points, and it's completely incompatible with a more vitalistic approach to things, which tends to be based around the organism, the body, the existence of a thing, the soul, things like that. These incompatibilities are a big fucking deal to D&G. Guattari, especially, who I think actually probably came to it before Deleuze, honestly, not fully, but like overall, came to it and went, wait, what if instead of having two sides of it, or thinking that it's like, as we might say, like nature versus nurture, the mechanistic determinism meeting the material conditions of existence and the vitalistic version of things, why don't we sidestep that? And why don't we instead have a conversation around specifically, can the mechanistic become the vitalistic? Is there a way for desire itself to be a more mechanistic, machinic type existence that en masse over the course of billions of interactions and recordings and all sorts of things, producing a surface on which there seems to be repetition, there seems to be something, that surface, that odd surface, that you might say body without organs, begins recording this. And on the other side of that surface, we actually find through the syntheses a vitalistic existence that is based in the body and the organism. It's actually a way for us to sidestep the very discussion of vitalistic versus machinic and find ways for them to work together. It's a completely different way of viewing these things. But to say that capitalism is a desiring machine that captures desire is nonsense of the highest order that matches nothing that they wrote or anyone has written, ever. So that's one sentence.
Of psychoanalysis. Capitalism, which, as you know, is the global desiring machine which captures our desire. And finally, schizophrenia, which is a model for how we could think more creatively. And
No, it's not. Schizophrenia, he's going to do the thing. I have seen this. So we're not making fun of this poor bloke. This poor bloke has 100,000 subscribers and this video has 225,000 watches. So this is not some poor bloke. This is someone who is actively working to misinform people and is basically spouting nonsense. And it's an important critique because, again, this isn't Philosophy Tube, who's basically an artist and doing stupid stories that kind of suck. And philosophy is only the kind of surface level artistic side of things. It's a vibe more than anything. Plastic Pills claims to do philosophy. Schizophrenia, inside of the works of Guattari and Deleuze, is not what we would call schizophrenia today. What we refer to as schizophrenia today tends to be the frenetic, talking to oneself, disassociated identity, the kind of existence, the crazy person on the corner screaming, the prophet, whatever it may be, the free connections, the manic pixie girl, whatever it is. These things we tend to put into that bucket. But we're talking about a time that existed, I think, DSM-2, maybe not even the DSM, and schizophrenia was a giant umbrella term. And specifically for Guattari and his work, it mostly formed around automatism and autism, what we would call autism today. The way that autism as a thing sort of operates, and what it does is what Guattari was focused on. Now, schizophrenia at large, sure, but this isn't what we tend to think of. We tend to think of, as we see people talking about schizo posting. This is the term he's going to be using, these phrasing. It tends to mean random free forming of ideas and connecting, like random shit. Oh my God, how random. Oh my God, penguin of doom bullshit. That is not the schizophrenia they're talking about. It's not the schizophrenia they're talking about. Schizophrenia, for them, is not a way we can think more creatively, and it is not a existence to think more creatively. The schiz, the process of connections that is the schizo act, the schiz as they call it, is about how those ideas form and how they find those connections. But it isn't about free form or free thinking or free connections. It isn't that they said the schizo only becomes autistic in institutions. They're talking about the clinical schizo. They're talking at large actually about the general behavior of how we think of non-normative mental states and how we actually produce people, the schizophrenic as clinical entity. We actually have people produced materially that don't produce socially. Capitalism builds people, makes people, as much as they use the term prel, which I don't even know if prel is a fucking shampoo anymore. It's a little dated, but as much as it makes cars and Prel and computers, capitalism produces people who are schizophrenic. The schizophrenic is not socially connecting to people. The process, though, is the thing they're wanting to focus on. They're not trying to get people to become schizo. They want us to focus on the process of the schiz. That's the problem. And so when we talk about these things, thinking less hierarchically and structurally, that's accurate. But the problem is in the way he's doing it, and you'll see sort of everything that he's focused on is about opposing something to the state, opposing something to hierarchy. And that is not the goal of the schizophrenic. That's not how the schiz operates. The schiz operates without whole bodies, whole objects, or goals as things. This is the challenge. So it's, as I like to use the example, like in high school, you have the cool kids who, wearing whatever clothes or brand or style or whatever. And you have the kids who go, I'm not going to be anything like them. I'm going to do the opposite. Well, you're actually, by being the negative of them, by defining yourself opposite that goal is actually creating you. The schiz is actually about breaking away from that and understanding sort of ways to break out of normative goal orientation or structures or representation. It's far more complex. This opening that he's giving here basically brutally collapses a lot of the work that's in this book to something that is deeply reductionist and actually really painful to go through. It's really a lot. Again, that's 2 sentences.
Unless, what should I say, hierarchically or structurally. Now, this goes without saying, but schizophrenia is a psychiatric disorder. It's unpleasant to have, I'm sure.
Should the men of Orleans be silent? Jesus Christ, should he have been silent?
But Guattari, the psychoanalyst, and Deleuze, the philosopher, see potential in schizophrenic delirium as...
No. Schizophrenic delirium is... So delirium, this is, again, why it's difficult to talk about how bad this video is. 3rd sentence. Delirium is the social understanding of things. Social understanding of things. So, for example, the delirium of race, class, capital, structure, holidays, religion. These are deliriums. They're shared social understandings as a thing. The schizophrenic delirium would be the social existence of the schizophrenic, that of the clinical entity. The schizophrenic delirium, as he's using it, is the more broad idea of like the schizophrenic delirium, almost like hallucinations or the way that they see the world, their delirium state. This is not how it's being used by D&G. They're using it in terms that is used by Klosowski and Living Currency, for example, and for other people that they take and resource from. Delirium is not, oh, it's a crazy vision, man. No. All of it's a crazy vision. That's their point. We are in a schizo delirium. All of us are. We're in deliriums. This is a delirium. You're welcome to delirium. Like this is not the point. So seeing schizophrenic delirium as a productive political process is antithetical because schizophrenia is not a positive political process, nor do they intend to consider that. Instead, they want to actually work backwards from how these things might operate socially. It's not a social delusion either. Nope, this is not social delusions. Delusions are not that. Delirium. Delusion means incorrect. There's no correct. That's their point. So if I say like, oh, look, the schizophrenic over there believes he's Jesus Christ, that's a delirium. Well, back to go be an engineer and a dad, but I'm a guy named Brooks. That's not a delirium. What the fuck? I am a white man in America. Nope, same thing. Delirium. It's a delirium. It's a delirium. It's all a delirium. It's all a delirium.
As a productive political process. It's an unusual hypothesis, but let's get or structurally.
Nope.
Now, this goes without saying, but schizophrenia is a psychiatric disorder. It's unpleasant to have, I'm sure.
Should the men of Orleans...
The psychoanalyst political process. It's an unusual hypothesis, but let's give it a shot. So, for D&G, schizophrenic delirium.
He's going to say it a lot. And this is going to get tiring really, really fast for me. This is going to get tiring as shit. Let's go to the book. Hello, I'm an Anti-Oedipus, page 18. This is, by the way, if you don't read 18 pages of AO, I'm going to assume you probably didn't read it. So let's do a little reading. So they're talking about the syntheses and the process. The question for them is what this celibate machine produces. I'm not going to explain what the celibate machine is. Join our AO reading if you want the full thing. But let's just jump in here. There is a schizophrenic experience of intensive quantities in their pure state to a point that it is almost unbearable. A celibate misery and glory experienced to the fullest, like a cry suspended between life and death, an intense feeling of transition, states of pure, naked intensity, stripped of all shape and form. These are often described as hallucinations and delirium, but the basic phenomena of hallucination, I see or I hear, and the basic phenomenon of delirium, I think, presuppose an I feel at an even deeper level, which gives hallucinations their object and thought delirium its content. And I feel that I am becoming a woman, that I am becoming a god, and so on, which is neither delirious nor hallucinatory, but will project the hallucination or internalize the delirium. Delirium and hallucination are secondary in relation to the really primary emotion, which in the beginning only experiences intensities, becomings, and transitions. This is the delirium. This is not, you notice they don't say, no one else experiences, this is not a thing, by the way, they say in the entire book. Oh, it's only the schizos that experience delirium. There's no other delirium. Well, actually, no. Delirium is itself far, far more. And when we talk about automatism, when we talk about the way automatism works, delirium, which again, delirium is of thought, what you think of. It's different than hallucination. Hallucination is I see or I think. These are particular terms in psychoanalytic thought and psychiatric thought. Delirium, by nature global and systematic, is a secondary phenomenon, a consequence of partial and local automatistic phenomenon. Delirium is, in fact, characteristic of the recording that is made of the process of production of desiring machines. And though there are syntheses and disorders, affections, that are peculiar to this process, as we see in paranoia and even paranoid schizophrenia, it does not constitute an autonomous sphere, etc. Delirium is an effect. I think is an effect. Delirium is not special to just the schizophrenic. It is not special to the mentally ill or the non-normative, the psychotic delirium, the neurotic delirium, the human delirium, the delirium of all of these things. This is what they're referring to throughout the entirety of the book. Certainly, when we have Judge Schraber's delirium, we're able to see it. Their point is that itself is the revealing thing. Judge Schraber and what he's experiencing is not silliness that we reduce to symbolic elements. Instead, it's revealing of the process of existence that we all have. And again, in us, the historical deliriums that are derived, the social deliriums we experience, is the subject of the fucking book. The neurotic impasses again closes, the daddy-mommy of Oedipalization, America, the return to the native land, or else the perversion of exotic territorialities, then drugs, alcohol, or worse still, an old fascist dream. Never has delirium oscillated more between two poles. Speaking of the nature of Jack Kerouac, never has delirium oscillated more between two poles. I think this is not a schizophrenic, I think. This is everyone. It's not schizophrenic delirium. We all have delirium. We are all experiencing it. I don't even know what the fuck that means. No. No. Like, I mean, just no. I'm going to try to break this down as best I can. The problem is that it is flatly nonsense. Like, I don't know how else to sort of say this. It's just nonsense. Schizophrenic delirium is creative. The delusions and hallucinations spring forth into the world, and thought and schizophrenic delirium does not create hallucinations that spring forth into the world. Okay. Let's talk about examples they give again. I warned you this shit was going to get fucking difficult. I'm trying. This is just one sentence, and I'm trying to understand the sentence. The video is not meant to be playing. I'm trying to just go through one sentence while I was going through the book, but it's not going to work. I'm trying. The problem is it's just absolutely not the way that they use any of this language. So I'm trying to figure out what Plastic Pills is trying to say. And what he's saying is incoherent and also inconsistent. You can see he even put in the script, it's supposed to be schizophrenic delirium, but he's using the term schizophrenic delusions. The fact that these are like you can see in the thing, the fact that he thinks these words are interchangeable means he doesn't understand what either one means, especially in the context of the book. Like, so again, we're like 4 sentences in, maybe even 2 sentences. I'm not even sure. Schizophrenic delirium is creative, and delusions and hallucinations, deliriums and hallucinations, spring forth into the world. When let's say we have a patient who's dissociative and calls themselves Jesus Christ. I'm Jesus Christ. The process with which that happens, as they lay it out in the book, is not one who he is searching in his head and then forms and springs forth the idea that he's Christ. That's the thing that he's not doing. Instead, what he's doing is the desiring machines that constitute and ultimately make up all of his existence that are forming together are creating intensities, and he's finding ways to match these intensities to full bodies that he's aware of. So when he says he's Jesus Christ, it's not that it's springing forth that he's creating Jesus Christ. It's actually quite different. What he's doing is he's finding the thing that matches those intensities so he can speak. When one says that they're at a loss for words, this is the easiest way to probably understand it. When I say I'm at a loss for words, it's because I'm trying to find words that match what I'm trying to say. That's actually pretty much accurate for what's happening. We're trying to find ways to have our emotions, have our affective experiences said out. And a lot of that's determined before we speak or reason or think. Go read Hume. And so these emotions that are driving us, these intensities, we're trying to find names to put to them. So when I say, I am Jesus Christ, I'm a black, I am, like, it's from the line in the book, or I'm Napoleon, and there's 10 Napoleons, it has nothing to do with me creating that in me. It's not like I'm attaching to that identity. What's happening is I'm finding the words and the whole bodies and the people that match as I understand myself. So it is not that these things spring forth into the world and thought and language are nonlinear. They're actually, again, and this is, we'll get to this line, but I think this is what he's saying here. So again, I'm going to play the part and you just tell me if this is the sentence, because again, he's nonsense.
So for DNG, schizophrenic delirium is creative in that delusions and hallucinations spring forth into the world.
Because that's just not accurate. That's just not how it goes. Is that a decent breakdown of that sentence? Because again, it's wrong in a spectacular way. And it makes it very difficult to sort of get through. Would Elon Musk saying, I am become meme an example of this? No, a little different. The Elon Musk thing is a little bit different in the sense that he's not actually saying like he is become meme. He's trying to put a layer and he's playing inside of the machine of social spaces and representations as they interact. Think of it as you literally, when you say, I am hungry, you're doing the same thing as someone who's schizophrenic and locked in an institution saying, I am Napoleon. There's no difference. There's no difference. There's no difference to the process. That's what schizophrenia reveals to us and teaches us about the process, is that it's a desiring machinic unconscious from which we are devouring and finding ways to consume the production of ourselves. I am hungry. I should put it down and dwell on it. Read secondary literature. I don't know if you were talking to me. I'm debating on it, Erkura, but you're talking about if Deleuze is hard to interpret. Okay, Marshall Esoteris. For a smart and scholarly man like Brooks, I never went to college, and I'm hardly scholarly. I'd like to think I'm smart, so I will accept a compliment. I think there are a lot of times where you will learn that I am fucking not as smart as you may think. But I'm flattered, and I'll take flattery. It is, I will tell you, Deleuze is hard. Because, and it's not that Deleuze itself is hard. I actually will, here's how I'll kind of push back against that. The challenge for Deleuze, and it's what we're going to run into throughout Plastic Pill's video, is that if you are bringing yourself and your dogmatic image of thought to Deleuze, instead of understanding that he's speaking about the image of thought itself, and that's what Deleuze is doing, then what you're going to do is you're going to kind of do this weird mash where you're going to put all the stuff you understand into his words, and you're going to find ways to make it metaphorically fit and come out the other side with some okay understandings at best. And if you're capable and if you're able, and I've been fortunate enough to do this, and you can start again, and you can have people yell at you, like you'll see people in this chat, Jan, and we have Elderon, and we've had Terrence Blake, and others like scream at me about things in the best way, in the best kind of way, because I say dumb shit. But like you go back through over time, you'll actually start to learn that you're the one making Deleuze more difficult than he needs to be. You're adding that layer. If you come at it that he is talking about the image of thought, he's not like he's going to say a lot in here. They're against psychoanalysis. No, not really. Like that's a kind of an extreme way to say it. Anti-Plato, he hates Plato, he hates Hegel. It's like, Deleuze doesn't I don't think Deleuze hates anyone except he finds dogs annoying, and I don't think he likes babies very much. Kind of a grumpy fuck in a lot of ways, but yeah, I don't think he hates anyone. Yeah. When you bring your system, your world of representation, your image of thought to Deleuze, you'll find it problematic. If you address it where it's at and you say, actually, what he's talking about, and Guattari as well. I think Guattari is actually easier to read in this way because he upends representation as you read it, so it makes it good in that direction. But if you realize he's talking about the very image of thought, he's not shitting on Plato for X, Y, or Z. His problem with Plato is that Plato put contemplation as the thing and as what philosophy is. And he's like, no, contemplation is the thing that, like, representation and contemplation is like, Plato created these concepts, but then he mistook them for the image of thought. And he goes through and he does this for everyone. He does this with Kant. He does this across the board. Like he goes, they come up with this great shit, but they just don't go far enough because they get stuck in their own image of thought. I mean, you could argue that Laruelle is claiming the same thing of Deleuze and maybe is correct in some ways, but also isn't. Because when you talk about the image of thought itself, how you think and how thought works, that's what Deleuze is about. That's what Guattari is about. That's this book. If you aren't coming at it in the right way, it is difficult because you're making it difficult. That's the thing. Ben's got a line in here. Don't disrespect nonsense by calling plastic pills nonsense. I will call plastic pills nonsense because nonsense itself, well, it is beautiful. Nonsense as a thing is what he's doing. And because we're able to make sense of it, because we literally make sense of it as we read, we find ways to symbolically match it into the world and make it metaphorical for what things we seem to sort of understand. We're able to attach to that dogmatic image of thought much more powerfully. It's actually, by being nonsense, it's able to be anything it needs to anyone. And if you read the comments, you'll see that there's not a single person in the comments who fucking actually gets Deleuze at all. Anthony Marx, I'm still confused what Deleuze means by image of thought. What is it that you experience effectively when you consider the image of thought? That's the image of thought. Like, it's literally what the image of thought is. Like, as you're thinking, what is the thing that happens in time and how experience works and all of that shit. It's complicated, but that's like, if you can read it, it's a lot. But if you can cross that Rubicon, it's actually like, holy shit, Deleuze is solid. And he's not kind of solid. He breaks a lot of the sort of ways that, like, you're going to hear someone make a comment about, well, is it nature versus nurture? And be like, yeah, I don't really do that. Well, so is it determinist or do we have free will? Yeah, that's not really a thing. It breaks it. Affectively. I should probably pronounce my words more strongly. Affective, not effective. I will say effective if I mean it these days. So I usually mean affective. Affective. All right, 5 sentences. Woo!
And thought and language are non-linear in the midst of this delirium. Now,
okay. There are layers of
into the world. And thought and language
are not linear in the midst of these. See, in the script, he has hallucinations.
Are non-linear in the midst of this delirium.
See, again, hallucinations and delirium for him are interchangeable. As I just read, they're not. In Anti-Edipus, they go out of their way to denote that hallucination is I see, I hear, even touch or sensation to a point, but I think is delirium. I think. To mix them up is, again, shows a level of misunderstanding of the source material in one of the ways that's actually core to Anti-Edipus. And that's why it is what it is. It's kind of, it's a stunning sentence. Thought and language are not linear in the midst of these hallucinations. I'm struggling to understand where in the book he might have gotten it. I'm not, the script is, it's the closed captions. Here, let me see if I can maybe make it a little bit larger. Maybe you can't read the closed captions. No, you should be able to read the closed captions if you're full screen. Let me see if I can scoot over a little bit more. I can make this bigger and then shrink it in because it's not like he does anything useful on this side of the screen ever. There, that might work. The subtitles are his script. Clearly, he put that in himself. And again, I'm not sure because it's not auto-generated. If the words aren't the opposite word, they're not going to do that. So, thought and language are not linear. Okay. I can enlarge the subtitles. Spanish to English. What the fuck? Interesting. Wait, why are they Spanish to English? All right, we're going to make them slightly larger. I know, June. I know. I'm trying to figure out a way to talk about this sentence because this sentence is hardcore. So thought, at no point is thought linear. I'm trying to think of what linear means in this sense. Determined or conditioned would be probably better language here. So for D&G, thought is something that is at the very end of the process. Again, I think is the delirium. And as such, language would also be that. So it's to say that like the end result of the process is linear is dumb, like really dumb. It's really, really dumb. It's really dumb. Language operates kind of in three ways in the book as they talk through it. First, they talk about, again, to sort of not talk generally, but they talk socially about how language is formed. They kind of don't really get into language as like a transcendent, always constructed same thing, but instead it is socially and politically and historically determined in the space of the primitive. You could say prehistoric, the tribal, the pre-state existence of man. Language is a vocal pattern or graphic patterns, graphics or the vocal. Language doesn't exist at that point. So definitely not linear there and tribal. They also aren't, by the way, saying that the tribal existence is, they're not doing the like noble savage bullshit of saying, oh, if only we could go back. Not that. The way that language operates underneath the despotic is that of Lacanian master signifier, effectively. That the king and his meaning and the idea of exegesis, interpretation, and allegory and analogy is kind of the setup there. With capital, language operates it purely through a differential, which is not linear at all. So there's no point where thought and language are linear, even in the normative experience. So this is just not true.
Now, of course, we don't want to imitate the content of this process of schizophrenic delusion, just the form. Or
we don't want to imitate,
content.
We do not want to imitate the content of the schizophrenic process. We don't want to imitate the content, but we do want to imitate the form. We don't want to imitate the content, but we do want to imitate the form. No. This is difficult. This is really actually. This is actually really complicated. So when we talk about content and form, again, I'm not even sure that they would want to use this language because it's particular words inside of the study of semiotics. Content, form, or expression. And you could add purport in there because they do tend to follow Yumslev, which is its own complex sort of nightmare that sort of exists. What is the content of the schizophrenic process?
Of this process of schizophrenic delusion.
Schizophrenic delusion, again, he doesn't understand what these words mean at all. And I do not know what it means to imitate the content of this process, but instead the form of. What the fuck does content versus form mean? What does that mean in AO? One second, let me look at the book. I don't think they do a juxtaposition of content versus form. Not in a way that makes sense to me, at least. God damn. I'm just trying to figure that out. Because if he's saying he might be right, if he's saying we shouldn't be looking at Schraber's, well, even this would be wrong. Shraber had sunbeams coming out of his ass. Famous element inside of AO that a lot of people talk about, right? So we don't want to focus on the content of that he has rays coming out of his ass. Instead, we want to focus on the form or the movement of it within the schizophrenic delusion or delirium, as he's saying. But the problem is that that's the opposite of the point of the book. They don't. So psychoanalysis, generally speaking, actually wants us to only focus on the form and not the content of the schizophrenic hallucinations. So when Judge Shraber has sunbeams coming out of his ass, or God has made him impregnated as a woman, they actually don't want to look at those things. They want to look at the symbolic elements and how they relate to mommy, daddy, me, which would be much more the form and not the content. But the content produces. They have this line in there where they talk about the solar anus and the sunbeams coming out of his ass. And they basically say you best believe that his anus produces something. We don't see it. It's a hallucination, but that hallucination itself is productive. It connects, and Shraber is able to explain at length how it functions, how it works, what it does. It's not imitating content. It's also not imitating form. It's understanding these forms and understanding the content in the proper process and the way that it works in a productive unconscious rather than that of a stage-based unconscious. So it's a completely different, again, a flip. Best case scenario, if he means that we'd want to get rid of hallucinations and not look at hallucinations and not think of that, but instead the process, I would even say he's still wrong. I would actually say he's momentously wrong in that way. I would say it's significant, actually. I say it's significantly wrong, actually.
Just the form or the movement of it in thought.
See, again, the idea of the form, having the form of it in thought and moving, this is the wrong image of thought. This is not Deleuze's image of thought.
Schizophrenic delirium is something actually kind of special. That is, it's unrepressed, uncoded, freed desire.
Okay. This is not really true either. Fuck me.
Special. That is, it's unrepressed, uncoded, freed desire.
It's really not kind of accurate. Once again, schizophrenic delirium, which is the social machine of schizophrenia, which would be the delirium, the hallucinations as he's talking about it. Again, I'm trying to use his language. The thing that is experienced and spoken, that element is not unrepressed, uncoded, and free desire. If you read Judge Shraber, who absolutely is one of the cases they refer to when they're talking about the schizophrenic, if you want to say he's not repressed, you're free to. You would be fucking insane. So that's not true. Schizophrenic desire itself is unrepressed, uncoded. Desire exists primarily in that position. Socially, it becomes coded, becomes social machines. Socially, we code desire in various ways, but desire itself at the sort of ontological level is unrepressed, uncoded at its start, and that desire machines exist and do that. It's kind of, Glitzen, I think you're right. He's pulling Hegel's vocabulary and retrofitting it to Deleuze, which is, again, if there's a thing you can do that is anti-Deleuzian, it's kind of that. Could estrogen have saved Shraber? Saved Shraber is an interesting conversation. I think if you get a chance, look up his father, Shraber's dad. And again, because Plastic Pills will say, we don't want to look at dad and family. That's fucking stupid. You should absolutely be looking at family. You should be looking at parents. You shouldn't be looking at them symbolically. Why would you not want to look at someone who's like some of the most extraordinary impact on other people's lives and who are the filter of the social experience and machine? Their existence in their stories, but not as dad or mom, but as people. They're people. They're part of the network of a person's existence. And for Schraber, his dad built effectively torture machines for children and tried them out on him. Go read. It'd be like, what the fuck? So probably not. Estrogen would not have saved Schraber. Schraber was down a road, and his story is actually kind of horrifying. It's a lot. Dark Guana, but the thought devoid of content would not have symbolic elements. I mean, that's not how, if you want to go that route, we're now talking symbolically, because thought devoid of content, we're using words to describe, like, this is not a thing. And yeah, June, I will mention that Schraber's childhood abuse is very extreme and very particular. It's a lot when you review it closely, so be wary for triggers. Be very wary. It's a lot to read. And it is something that was all too common at the time, because when you start reading like Freud's take on it and you're like, wait, Freud didn't mention this? That's because it was normal.
And desire is the subject of this book. One more time. Desire is the subject of this book. This will help a lot if you try to open it and get lost. Now, desire is something that's almost never free. And trying to free it is why Dolce and Gabbana are...
He's going to make this joke a lot. I think it's just the stupidest fucking thing. This is why, like, yeah, defund education. We don't need it. This is what it produces. We don't need that. Ha ha ha, funny D&G.
Both anti-psychoanalysis.
They're not anti-psychoanalysis. Again, this is a misreading. They're wanting to evolve psychoanalysis. Guattari's work was not to destroy psychoanalytic thought. It was to evolve it. Deleuze afterwards met with Lacan, and Lacan said that he wished he had more students like him. These were not people who were like, fuck Lacan, fuck psychoanalysis. It's like, no, psychoanalysis and how it operates and the image of thought that's created through current critical thought and psychoanalytic thought is itself reinforcing the nature of capital and the symbolic structure of things, and here's how. And Oedipus is the foil they use in order to beat up on it, but it's not just Oedipus and psychoanalysis that's doing it. Psychoanalysis is an example of it.
And anti-capitalist together in this same book. Like delirium, capitalism decodes.
Like delirium, capitalism decodes. That's not what delirium does. That is not a sentence from this book or involved in this book in any meaningful way. Delirium is the, I think, social machine experience that we have. That is the opposite of decoding. It has nothing to do with code or decoding in any way. Capitalism does decode, though, so he finally gets a point.
But it does so.
Yeah, Wig has a guitar. Guattari was kicked out of Anti-Psychiatry Socialism International for being not 100% against antipsychotic meds. By the way, they're not against antipsychotic meds. They're not, like, all of this stuff is in crap. Capitalism does not decode flows onto the body of capital. It's also incorrect. There's a lot that's happening here. Again, a lot of this is wrong.
Book. Like delirium, capitalism decodes, but it does so only so that it can trap our desires in new systems of control.
This is the way language works, and it's why it's important to be very particular, especially when speaking about these things. To say capitalism only does that so it can trap desires in new systems of control is antithetical to the processual nature of how capitalism actually operates, because it's not that it decodes and then goes, fuck, I need something, and traps it. It's the nature of the decoding process itself. The decoding process itself, which is a deterritorialization followed by reterritorialization underneath an axiomatic system that is completely different than the way coding or decoding operates. And it works very differently. But again, it's not that capitalism's sitting here doing these things. That's not really it. It's the larger social machine that is decoding as it finds and breaks down codes of olds in order to define new meanings that can be axiomatized and made efficient. It's very different. To say there's intention, yeah, there's no intention. To assign intention to this, again, just falls back into the very same resentment that is absolutely the opposite. Yeah, capitalism does X is, it's shit. You could say capital does a lot, but again, when you say that, you're doing the thing in the book that they say is the problem, where we reassign and capital itself falls back on, se rabat sur, falls back on production. When capital, we say, does these things, we're putting power in capital's hands as a quasi-cause. They literally say the opposite of this. So again, we're 3 minutes, 34 seconds in, and it's been 1 hour. We are a tenth of the way through. I hate you all.
Video link up there.
His video on control societies and cybernetic posthumanism is so shit. I'm just going to say it's shit, and we're not going to watch it. And fuck you people. I'm not doing it. It's shit. He's shit. He's terrible.
Now, the delirium of schizophrenia is...
You ready?
...freed desire.
This is nothing. This is not a sentence. The delirium of schizophrenia is...
Now, the delirium of schizophrenia is freed desire.
There's nowhere in the book that they say this or express this. The closest you get to saying this, and if this is what you mean, then you're kind of this is kind of gross. A fully catatonic subject that is in asylum, that is has fully freed desire from any social ties. You could say that. You could, and it would be accurate to the book that their desire is freed of social repression. But you'd be also really incorrect, because at that point you're talking about desiring machines that are failing to connect and broken down internally to the subject. It's really, this shit is why I hate this video. This shit is why I hate this video. This is anti everything. It's anti everything in the book. Plastic Pills is fucking terrible. One sec, changing the title of this because I was enjoying being slightly cryptic earlier, but I'm going to go ahead and flip that around. It's really frustrating. It's a really frustrating thing.
Thus, it's a limit that not even capitalism can capture.
Okay. The delirium of schizophrenia is freed desire. Thus, it's a limit that not even capitalism can capture, channel, or control. I think what he's saying, even though it is stupider, I mean, this is really just nonsense stupid, but I think what he's trying to say is that the process of schizophrenia, which produces desire that is freed of control, capitalism cannot capture that. But this is not a limit to capitalism, and it is not an internal or external limit. The limit of schizophrenia is not a thing like in and of itself in that form that he's talking about that. This is flatly stupid.
Channel or control. So you and I gotta be more schizo to be politically effective.
Fuck you. Fuck you. I say fuck you every time because it trivializes the state of mental conditions across the board. It trivializes the work that is done in this book about schizophrenia. And again, if you didn't know, schizophrenia means autism in this book. So, be more autistic? No, not really. See, the vibe of schizophrenia, because he's all vibes based. That's, again, when you look like this, you exist in a space of vibes. The vibes of schizophrenia is like, cool, free going, here we go, let's fucking do all this stuff. This is bullshit. It's bullshit. Schizophrenia is someone who is unable to interact socially. A schizophrenic, an autistic, especially one, but a schizophrenic social process is one that doesn't care about social machines, doesn't connect to social machines. So why would you be able to be more politically effective by not connecting to things socially? Sam asks, why do you say schizo means autistic? Because it does. Because when the book was written, that's what schizophrenic meant. And it's changed in 50 years because we've had 50 years of DSM updates and psychiatric work and everything. But if you actually read through all of D&G's work, it's clear that they meant autism, automatism. They're very particular in this direction. There's not like a question. Schizophrenia would fit in there often. But what we understand is schizo, which is what he's, again, the vibes, that ain't what they're talking about. Just flatly isn't.
This is not revolution in the sense of overthrow, but revolution for a community within, pushing out.
So, the revolution of a community, pushing outward from within. Except, if you are part of a community, the joining of that community is delirium. So, is there somewhere I can read, Sam asks, about schizo and autism? Yes, Anti-Edipus is a good book. If you read it in the original French, you get a lot more clarity on it. Join the QC. We have a handful of sources that have actually gotten very deep into it. Or you can just go look at the DSM at the time and see what Guattari was treating. If you read... Great book, Psychoanalysis and Transversality by this guy who's related to Felix Guattari. He's called Felix Guattari. I know it's pronounced slightly different, but it's the same guy. He goes in depth about the nature of all these things, and most of these are writings prior to his work with Deleuze. And so what you actually run into is, as he talks through psychoanalytic thought, and as he's breaking down the processes, which ultimately will become desiring production, become the body without organs. Because again, Deleuze is the one who kind of created that concept, and Guattari, in my opinion, everyone's opinion here, gave it life by how they work together. It is not even slightly a question. When he talks about the schizophrenic patients who don't move and who he's working on, it was a B- joke. I don't give a fuck. I'll take B- jokes. It's better than Dolce and Gabbana. He talks about treating patients with touch therapy, so that way they will respond. Just to ask a general vibes-based question. If you have a schizophrenic patient, do they usually not respond? It's like the opposite, right? It's a free form of thought, as Plastic Pills is going to talk about and all that shit. It's because that's not what they're talking about. It's not what they're talking about. There's extensive writings on it. Can't read French. It's okay, Sam. I was making more of a joke. We have articles on the subject in the library in the QC, but it's worth reading through. It's actually, again, when they talk about the patients, just think in your head as they're doing it, like, wait, is this what I understand as being schizophrenic? And the answer is no across the board for me. Once in a while it is, but very often it's not. Oh, there's also the catatonic, which again, this is right. Yeah, thank you, Jan. The QC. Here, I usually have if you have Discord, I'll do my, I need to do my spiel real quick. So we'll do a momentary break as I do my sponsored by segment, because I am my own sponsor. Thank you for joining. It's an hour and 20 minutes. We're 4 minutes in. Fuck me. I'm Brooks. Welcome to the Quarantine Collective. QC invite button must be pressed. It wasn't working for me the other day, which is very frustrating. If you have a Discord, damn, it doesn't work. Discord.gg/DGQC. If you want to join, we are live. We have thousands of people in there. If you want to support us on Patreon, send a super chat or subscribe or like. That's the easy things to do here. Patreon's the best. It really does help keep me going and allows me to focus and keep things working because my brain needs a little bit more space. Work has been a lot the last couple months. And just as an aside from this, as a thing, not to like force everyone down into my own aside, but we went grocery shopping today and everything's insane. Like, I'm just going to bitch for a second about prices because it's actually like my wife and I, we're not doing great, but we're not as badly off as people I know. There are people I know who are like, we're two people. I'm fortunate to have done the work I'm doing and I make okay. We're still living very much month to month, but I know people who are like completely fucked and I don't know how anyone's doing it. Walmart, we're at Walmart and we're buying like mid-shelf spaghetti sauce and it's $7 a fucking bottle. And I'm just like, what the fuck is going on? My wife's favorite thing is dark M&Ms and a bag of them. It's the family size bag. It's $9. It's $9 for fucking family size bag of M&Ms. My son has these cheap Minecraft shoes because kids go through shoes really, really fast. So we just buy what, he likes Minecraft, he likes Pokemon, he likes Mario. So he's going like Walmart, good, easy. Buy the shoes, he loves them. They were $15 a month ago, and he's my kid. I'm a giant. I'm if you don't know me, I'm 6'6", 250 pounds. I'm a big motherfucker. And he's gonna be big. And so he's going fast. And so a month later, we buy the same shoes, and it's one size up, and they're another $4. And it's like, they're all another $4. It's not just the size increase. Everything's fucked right now. I don't know how all of you are doing it. If you can't afford to support me, do not do it. Please take care of yourselves first, across the board. If you have the ability to support what we're doing here, it is deeply appreciated and it is something we're grateful for. The biggest thing you can do, though, as I always end this ramble, is joining the Discord. Discord.gg/DGQC. We have a dozen fucking readings. We have three different Nietzsche readings. Technically two. I know we have a double up on one of them. It's incredible. We're very fortunate to have just amazing people doing incredible readings on a number of different titles. And we also have a Belatro channel if you're really into it. We also do movie night and a bunch of stuff. So please join. We have an entire library of stuff and we are here to help. If you have questions, again, I shit on Abigail, I shit on Plastic Pills because these are people who scream about how much they know and they're teaching people and people ostensibly believe them. They are what I call and I term faux authority. That's what they are. They do not have authority on what they're doing. The reality is no one has this confidence in the world of Deleuze. I have been fortunate to talk to people who are scholars and people that like I'm stunned by. Eugene Holland is probably my favorite interpreter of Anti-Oedipus. I find his writing incredible. And I wrote him a nice email and he wrote the most humble response back. He's a fucking global expert people reference. And he is far more humble than Plastic Pills or Abigail. Faux authorities are the worst fucking thing. Please join us in the way education and pedagogy and understanding actually works, which is we don't know and we're working through it. Have we talked to actual scholars of Deleuze? Yes. We have, even in this chat, we have postdocs specifically in Deleuze studies. They exist. And we have Terrence Blake has joined us on multiple readings, which is crazy. Taylor Adkins, who's a Machinic Unconscious Happy Hour, love them, has joined us on readings, and we've done readings of his translations. We are fortunate to be this weird nexus of a lot of really cool shit. Come join us and be cool because it's nice to just talk about this stuff and help each other understand. Make me explain stuff. Make me challenge myself. Do all of that because I don't know this stuff very well. I know it better than some of you, but I know it less than others, and vice versa in other things. So join up. There's going to be a Latour group. We're going to be crazy. Who's that postdoc? I don't know. They're around. Actually, there's a couple. There's actually, I've seen 2 I know of in chat, maybe 3. But there's also, I know, a few others watching, because I've got one who messaged me a comment, and I'm not going to read all of it. Yeah, we actually have scholars on our Discord, and I'm very happy about it. We're hoping to have more. And we're hoping to have you. That's my break. 4 minutes.
Out.
Fuck.
Here is the problem. Most of the time, desire is repressed by hierarchies and authority structures, or it's being channeled by capitalism.
Like, oh yeah, but Jan's right. One is actually a professor right now. Maybe the person who's correcting me. Yeah, Professor Empty Keyboard Media of all people says, I have tons of theory for literature studies, lots of Lacan and Foucault especially. I can say no professor I ever had, including myself, ever said they were a definitive expert. This is my experience as well. And anyone who says that they are an expert on it, like, I jokingly have called myself a Deleuze explainer, but that's because of the meme. And I think that's fair to call me that. But an expert on Deleuze, it's silly. It's silly. Like, I mean, you can be, if you were an expert on Deleuze in the sense of, like, you were the guy who wrote Intersecting Lives and you know everything about Deleuze's life, and you mean expert on Deleuze in the sense that you know everything about his life, I'd give someone that. That's different. That's different. An expert on Guattari in the same way, an expert on Kant, who, like, I've read books on Spinoza's life that's incredible. They could say they're experts on Spinoza in that sense. But anyone who says they're experts on, like, Spinoza's thought or philosophy or Deleuze's thought or philosophy, they're doing the thing. They're doing the thing. They're doing the thing. I need to try to make sense of this sentence now.
Hierarchies and authority structures.
Desires being repressed by hierarchies and authority structures. Well, this is, again, there's a deep misunderstanding of what desire is here that's going to be throughout the rest of this video. Desire is not what you want or anything that's really post-personal or individualistic. Yeah, I would say I did a video on desire a little bit ago because ContraPoints, who better than Abigail, but it's not saying much, did a video on desire and Freud and Lacan that is just, it was really bad. But it did the thing where it's like, it misunderstood what desire is. Desire, in all of these fields, which is psychoanalytic thought all the way through, is a force, and it's pre-personal, and it's non-personal. Actually, it's non-human. It's pre-human, pre all these things. It's pre all of it. It's much more in line with, Spinoza's substance or Nietzsche's will to power or the monads of it's pre-individualistic. So the challenge becomes when you start talking about, desire's repressed because there's authority structures who say don't do X, so you don't do X. And it's like, that's post-personal. This is not desire that the book's talking about. And so the very nature of saying these things is completely wrong. It's incredible. Lun Shahu, I only asked because I have to consider where to go for post-grad studies. A lot of international students in the U.S. Oh, yeah, it's got to be weird to be an international student in the U.S. right now. The QC would be a really great place. I am not a person who knows a good postdoc works or post-grad spaces, but again, we have a ton in there, and it's we have like sections dedicated to helping people with stuff like that. So join the Discord and say hi anytime. But But this idea that's saying that desire is repressed by hierarchies and authority structures, if what he's saying is the nature of hierarchical thought and representation structures and how authority is sort of conditioned inside of those, and this is actually how we find ourselves with repression, then you could take what he's saying here. But the challenge is that, like, at that point, we're not taking the words for what they are. It's really bad.
Structures, or it's being channeled by capitalism.
For Deleuze, you might have better luck in Europe than the US. I mean, Purdue.
Being repressed and being channeled are, I guess, slightly different, but
being repressed and being channeled are slightly different.
In both cases, your desire is not free. It's subject to one form of power or the other. Either.
Yeah, this is all meaningless shit that has nothing to do with Anti-Oedipus at all. This is just meaningless shit. This is garbage. It's garbage. It has nothing to do with Anti-Oedipus at all. You could find these words in this order in some capacity inside of Anti-Oedipus, and if Plastic Pills ever, and he won't because he doesn't give a shit about critiques. If he ever saw this, he'd probably go like, oh, it's buzz. But this is not what it's talking about. Like, that's not it. Desire is trapped within the space of representation, which is pre-personal, before social machines exist, because social machines fall back on, because desiring production and social production are one and the same. Desiring production is the ontological, but social production is the determined position, the concretized, the actualized space that desiring production functions and where it gets named and called. And that falls back on in the same way that capital does and claims production for itself as though that's the end result. It's really terrible. Guattari says, Zizek talked about Anti-Pest and he said he hated it. It's the worst Deleuze book. And as someone who, I own everything I used to. I sold a number of my Zizek books, but I own 2/3 of everything he's ever written prior to like 2 years ago when he started to suck. And who loved a lot of Zizek. I really do. I can tell you right now, Organs Without Bodies, he never read it. I refuse to believe he actually read Anti-Oedipus meaningfully. Flatly, I just refuse. I refuse to believe that he read it. His critiques are not material to the book, and it's kind of sometimes even says things that are in the book itself. Again, Lacan wasn't as cruel or as brutal to it as Zizek was by a wide margin.
They're disciplinary or a control system.
So yeah, this is just not true.
One form of power or the other, either disciplinary or a control.
Discipline. This is, again, not related to Anti-Oedipus. Desire is not malformed by whether you're in a disciplinary or a control society. That doesn't determine if you're repressed or if it's channeled. Repression is repression. It's not capitalism. Oh, God. Okay, so what he's doing here is he's making the mistake of understanding the despotic regime, that of the king or the master signification, and that space is making the mistake of that power structure as that of the disciplinary, and that the control system is that of capital, which is about the axiomatizing of desire into sets and placing it inside of that type of repression. It's all repression, Plastic Pills. There's no difference between it. All of it. Period. Like there's no, that's not, again, this is, if you ever do watch, and I wouldn't recommend it, his horrifying video on control societies, it's a flat misunderstanding across the board of it. But this is what he does the whole time. Have I read Badiou's book? Yeah. I don't agree with Badiou at all. He's remapping Foucault here. But this is, and Roger in our server and I've said this a lot, and Roger has said it with me, and I know I'm not alone. The English version of the book, the English translation, is a foreword written by Michel Foucault that literally outlines the wrong view of the book. And it's because Foucault could never get to the idea of lack as being an affirmatively created thing. He literally said that he hated the book and he never understood it because lack necessarily precedes desire, which is the opposite of Anti-Oedipus. Therefore, I wonder if maybe that might fuck people up. So he's just reading the opening here and then just mapping all of his shit into that. Again, it's terrible.
system.
It's just awful. Have I read Zizek's review of The Matrix? It is the same thing.
Conversely, liberated desire means desire that escapes the impasse of private fantasy. It's not a question of adapting it, socializing it, or disciplining it, but of plugging it in such a way that its process not be interrupted in the social body and that its expression be collective.
This isn't from Anti-Oedipus. I don't think this is from A Thousand Plateaus. I'm gonna look this up. This is, I fucking hate this. Liberated. Let me just boo 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 boo. Liberated desire means desire that escapes. Wait. Okay, this is gonna. I'm actually taking a second to find this because this is fascinating to me if this is the case. Because I never actually downloaded this. So you're going to just have to fucking deal with me for a minute. Oedipus. Yep, that's the one. This could, this might be weird. I'm actually kind of curious about this now. Every time I do this in one of these books, so if you remember to the philosophy tube stream, and how horrifying that was as a thing. One of the things that kept happening is every time I'd look up a quote, every time you look up a quote, it's like, wait a second. One second. I need to figure out where the fuck this is sourced. Sorry. Yeah, this is this is I fucking knew it. God damn it. It didn't sound like Deleuze. I motherfucker. Like I hate this so much. I don't even know. If this is right, this can't be right. Yeah. So sorry, apologies again. Because this is actually a quote from Chaosophy and an interview that they did together. Deleuze in History, Chapter 10? No. It's in there, but he's quoting Chaosophy specifically. And it's tough to find exactly where in Chaosophy he's quoting because he's not sourcing things, I would say, appropriately. I know it's Buchanan, but Buchanan frustrates me sometimes. Chaosophy. Let's see. Let me find the piece of work here. Liberated desire. So, this is not Deleuze. We'll start with that. How about we start with that? Deleuze didn't fucking say this. So when you are doing a video and you are teaching people and you put Deleuze on the fucking screen with this quote, your job, you have one fucking job, plastic pills. And again, fuck, I wish I had done this earlier. This is why you go painfully through this. It sucks every time, but here it is. Liberated desire means that desire escapes the impasse, blah, 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 blah. We'll just go up a page so you can see who's saying this. It is not Deleuze. One, this isn't even Anti-Edipus, which the implication here, because again, it's not sourced. And also, by the way, sources and references that he's quoting, Chaosophy is not in there. Neither is the guidebook, which is where he actually got this. He got this from a reader's guide. He got this from the Reader's Guide to Anti-Oedipus by Ian Buchanan, which I don't recommend to people generally, but he doesn't reference it as one of his source references are quoted, and he doesn't go to the original thing. So again, this is the level of bullshit that is happening here. This is so frustrating me. Oh man. Why do they do this? I was upset. I did a Nietzsche video that I uploaded and I was rewatching, and I noticed the typo. I didn't put a comment correctly in the fucking quote. And so I deleted the video and started over. I delayed releasing it a day so I could get the comment in the right place. And here is this motherfucker. Now, you tell me what he is claiming the source of this is. It's fucking crazy. So, let's actually do the theory that little PP doesn't do. Because this is actually a really interesting piece. This is not a big thing. This is their discussion called Capitalism, a Very Special Delirium. I have a copy of it, by the way, because it ended up being released on its own at some point. The entire thing, and again, liberated desire being asked to, is this Deleuze? It's a funny way they're spelling Deleuze these days. They're spelling it almost like it's someone else. I think if he updates the video, it would be better. The entire video is trash. The entire video is trash. Again, this is just him making shit up and adding stuff because he saw a quote in a reader's guide. Again, just to show you, here are his sources. Do you see Anti-Oedipus, a reader's guide from Ian Buchanan here? Source referenced or quoted, he says. It's not reader's guide. There's no Chaosophy. And there's no Capitalism, a Special Delirium, which is those things. This is where the piece comes from. And again, it makes it look like it's an Anti-Oedipus, and it makes it look like our buddy Deleuze said it. So this is the level of scholarship to expect from Plastic Pills. And the level of scholarship I actually do expect from him. But let's do some real reading. Because I don't want to just shit, I want to also teach. What is a liberated desire? This is the interviewer asking Deleuze and Guattari. What is a liberated desire? I certainly see how this can be translated at the level of an individual or small group, in artistic creation or breaking windows, burning things, or even simply an orgy or letting things go to hell through laziness or vegetating. But then what? What could a collectively liberated desire be at the level of a social group? And what does this signify in relation to the totality of society if you do not reject this term, as Michel Foucault does? Guattari says, we have taken desire in one of its most critical, most acute stages, that of the schizophrenic, the schizo that can produce something within or beyond the scope of the confined schizo, battered down with drugs and social repression. It appears to us that certain schizophrenics directly express a free deciphering of desire. But how does one conceive a collective form of the economy of desire? Certainly not at the local level. I would have a lot of difficulty imagining a small, liberated community maintaining itself against the flux of a repressive society. It's flux in the original. I don't give a fuck what anyone says. I know the original. Like the addition of individuals emancipated one by one. If, on the contrary, desire constitutes the very texture of society in its entirety, including in its mechanisms of reproduction, a movement of liberation can crystallize in the whole of society. In May 1968, from the first sparks to local clashes, the shake-up was brutally transmitted to the whole of society, including some groups that had nothing remotely to do with the revolutionary movement: doctors, lawyers, grocers. Yet it was vested interests that carried the day, but only after a month of burning. We are moving toward explosions of this type, yet more profound. Might there already have been a vigorous and durable liberation of desire in history, apart from brief periods of celebration, carnage, war, or revolutionary upheavals? Or do you really believe in an end to history after millennia of alienation, social evolution will suddenly turn around in a final revolution that will liberate desire forever? Neither the one nor the other. Now, please remember this and the previous paragraph I just read from Guattari, who he's quoting here, claiming to be Deleuze. There's no such thing as a little social group. That is not a thing. I would have difficulty imagining a small, liberated community maintaining itself against the flux of a repressive society. This is not what he means. And then also, he does not mean in an end of history or a durable liberation of desire in history. It's neither one. Neither a final end nor provisional excess. All civilizations, all periods have known ends of history. This is not necessarily convincing and not necessarily liberating. This is, by the way, some of Guattari's best stuff. As for the excess or moments of celebration, this is more reassuring. There are militant revolutionaries who feel a sense of responsibility and say, yes, excess at the first stage of revolution, but there is a second stage of organizing, functioning, serious things. For desire is not liberated in simple moments of celebration. See the discussion between Victor and Foucault in the issue of Le Temps Moderne and the Maoists. Victor consents to the excess, but only at the first stage. As for the rest, as for the real thing, Victor calls for a new apparatus of state, new norms, a popular justice with a tribunal, legal process external to the masses, third party capable of resolving contradictions amongst the masses. One always finds the old schema, the detachment of a pseudo-avant-garde capable of bringing the syntheses, of forming a party as an embryo of state apparatus, of drawing out a well of brought-up, well-educated working class. The rest is a residue, lumpen proletariat one should always mistrust, the same old condemnation of desire. But these distinctions themselves are another way of trapping desire for the advantage of the bureaucratic caste. Foucault reacts by denouncing the third party, saying that if there is popular justice, it does not issue from a tribunal. He shows very well the distinction avant-garde lumpen proletariat is, first of all, a distinction introduced by the bourgeois to the masses, therefore serves to crush the phenomena of desire, to marginalize desire. The whole question is that of state apparatus. It'd be strange to rely on a party or state apparatus from the liberation of desire. To want better justice is like wanting better judges, better cops, better bosses, a cleaner France. And then we're told, how would you unify isolated struggles without a party? How do you make a machine work without a state apparatus? It is evident that a revolution requires a war machine, but this is not a state apparatus. It is also certain that it requires an instance of analysis, an analysis of the desire of the masses. Yet this is not an apparatus external to the synthesis. Liberated desire means that desire escapes the impasse of private fantasy. It is not a question of adapting it, socializing it, disciplining it, but of plugging it in such a way that its process not be interrupted by the social body, its expression be collective. What counts is not the authoritarian unification, but a sort of infinite spreading. Desire in schools, factories, neighborhoods, nursery schools, prisons. It is not a question of directing, totalizing, but plugging into the same plane of oscillation. As long as one alternates between the impotent spontaneity of anarchy and the bureaucratic and hierarchic coding of party organization, there is no liberation of desire. He did find it. It's in Desert Islands. He cites it. It's attributed in there. It's attributed in there to Felix Guattari as well. So, good job, buddy. He found it in Desert Islands. Again, that makes it worse then. He didn't even take it from Buchanan then and mistake it. He took it from a primary source that says Guattari. Jesus Christ. Amazing. The impasse of private fantasy is the point. One's desire, and this would include, by the way, the schizophrenic person or human or organism, the personal desires. Private fantasy is a personal desire. It's escaping that. It's not plugging into that. It's not a question of adapting desire, but of allowing desire to be plugged in, to find its own goals, to find its own growth, to find out where it moves and how it moves. This is what it's doing. It's a completely different beast than how he's phrasing it. It's really painful. Fuck, we're 4 minutes, 45 seconds in. Jesus Christ.
Now, if you've tried it, this just might be the most difficult book you've ever opened, and that's because of its style. So here's a little sample. We are all schizos. We are all perverts. What neurotic, provided he is somewhat serious, is not leaning against the rock of schizophrenia? A rock, in this case, mobile, areolytic. Who does not haunt the perverse territorialities beyond the kindergartens of Oedipus?
Oh, book hard. Again, when you take a sentence out of a paragraph, oh my God, when you remove the context of a thing, it makes it really tough to understand, especially when you take the end of a sentence. Did you know that? That's what he's doing? Did you know he's taking the end of a sentence? No, really, he's taking the end of a sentence. It's kind of magical. You see, here's the paragraph. Here's the sentence he starts. Oh, wait, it's actually halfway through the fucking sentence. Goddamn fucking, I hate people. Let's try the paragraph. Let's see if it makes sense. Now, we are not saying that Oedipus and castration do not amount to anything. We are Oedipalized. We are castrated. Psychoanalysis didn't invent these operations, to which it merely lends the new resources and methods of its genius. But is this sufficient to silence the outcry of desiring production? We are all schizos. We are all perverts. We are all libidos that are too viscous and too fluid, and not by preference, but wherever we have been carried by the deterritorialized flux. What neurotic, provided he is somewhat serious, is not leaning against the rock of schizophrenia, a rock, in this case mobile, areolytic? Who does not haunt the perverse territorialities beyond the kindergartens of Oedipus? Who does not feel in the flux of his desire both the lava and the water? And above all, what brings about our sickness? Schizophrenia itself as a process, or is it brought about by the frantic neuroticization to which we have been delivered and for which psychoanalysis has invented a new means, Oedipus and castration? Is it schizophrenia as a process that makes us sick, or is it the self-perpetuation of the process in the void, a horrible exasperation, the production of the schizophrenic as entity? Or is it the confusion of the process with the goal, the production of the pervert artifice? Or the premature interruption of the process, the production of the neurotic analysis? We are forcibly confronted with Oedipus and castration. We are reduced to them, either so as to measure us against that cross or to establish that we cannot measure up to it. But in any case, the harm has been done. The treatment has chosen the path of Oedipalization, all cluttered with refuse, instead of the schizophrenization that must cure us of the cure. I'm not going to explain this part to you, but this is not that difficult. You should have some level of grasp of what they're saying. At the top end, they're not saying that these are nothing. They're actually saying we are victims of this. This is the thing. But is it schizophrenia that makes us sick, or is it not Oedipus? Is it not psychoanalysis that is doing that? And yes, as Jan says, desiring production is the one screaming this, not a subject. And again, it's just very frustrating. Here is the entirety of the quote that he seems to be going through. We are all schizos, we are all perverts. Then he removes, we are all libidos. He removes parts. Like, he removes the entire part, we are all libidos. Because again, like, it's incredible. It's a whole thing. In relation to understanding D&G, any thoughts on the schizoanalysis project, the collab between, I don't know any of those. Oh, it's, I don't give a shit about any of that. That's, fine, go do that thing. Fine. Yeah. That's a whole thing. It's intentionally sharing difficulty and claiming difficulty. He just cuts out sentences and then is like, see, this book's difficult. Why would you want to read this yourself? You shouldn't want to read this yourself. I'll happily tell you everything.
Beyond the kindergartens of Oedipus. Now, the reason it's so difficult to follow, along with its sequel, 1,000 Plateaus, of course, is that D&G appeal to readers to think deliriously.
No, not at all. All that language that he was there, it's the opposite of, like, whatever he says, thinking deliriously. Oh, I want you to think non-linearly. I mean, Anti-Oedipus is an incredibly linear book, and they have no desire to make you think non-linearly. In fact, all the language particularly comes from social anthropology and psychoanalytic thought prior to them. You can find it in books that they are referencing and in books in the footnotes throughout it. None of the language is weird because it all comes from those places. Well, you don't, Plastic Pills, understand the references. Just because you don't understand the references doesn't mean that they're like trying to go random and crazy. That's not what they're doing. They're literally being literal. They say up front throughout the book that they are not being metaphorical or analgesic. That's analgesic? It's probably analgesic is probably a decent word for it too. But they're not doing that thing. They're actually being quite literal in everything they say. It's a commentary on Lacan and a lot of philosophers that came after him. I mean, it's hard to say otherwise. Yeah, I mean, it's a commentary on psychoanalytic thought, and how, in logic of sense, and also I think you see in Difference and Repetition, Deleuze kind of coming into what I would say his own and developing the concept of difference, concepts of repetition, the syntheses, and his ontologic sort of systems as he would be building them out the rest of his life. In Logic of Sense, you see him come around with a lot more psychoanalytic thought. There's some in Difference of Repetition. Difference of Repetition is more Kantian and I would say philosophical in that sort of direction. Logic of Sense is very psychoanalytic. And it doesn't work as well. Because what happens is his trudge down that road, and he does it with Oedipus quite literally. It's where he first writes about the body without organs conceptually. He's trying to bring, again, together this machinic processual thing with the organic and body-based sort of vitalism. And Guattari, by reading Logic of Sense and going, holy fuck, you've got to see this stuff. We got to talk. And then they had this collision. Again, Intersecting Lives is an amazing book to read. Anti-Oedipus is all of those things together and a critique of, I would say, a huge number of fields. There's a critique of science. There's a critique of sociology, anthropology, critique of psychoanalytic thought, philosophical thought. It's incredible. And they're able to do that and bring all of these together particularly. To say that they want to do this in order to make us think deliriously is incorrect. They're very specific with the language they use, and they're very determined to reuse that language throughout the book. So it's just incorrect.
Not linearly. Just like it's tough to follow the writing or speech of a schizophrenic
Doesn't understand what they're writing
during a psychotic episode.
Well, this is definitely not what they're writing about.
I am a seer of spirits. I communicate with souls.
An alien, I can't eat because I don't have a stomach. Or an alien civilization is trying to steal my thoughts.
Yeah, isn't it? No.
Deleuze and Guattari want to make this a model of political thinking.
There is very few things more dangerous than the idea that like whatever anything goes mentality is the best thing for political thought. And that is absolutely not what Guattari or Deleuze wrote about in the entirety of their lives. So this is, again, nonsense, silliness, garbage.
Hear this out. It's good. It's difficult, but it's probably the most innovative post-68 political project I know of. One that's radically opposed to the simple class or identity politics that's the entire menu these days. And not everyone thinks so. Uh-oh. For these guys, Deleuze is either a fake anti-Hegelian or politically impotent or most weirdly a crypto-authoritarian statist. Sorry, no, not getting into that. Bye-bye, boys. Okay, watch this. Go. The politics of capitalist realism.
Every time I say, thank you, somebody or for $5, the analgesic I need by the end of this, pretty much. When I say that Mark Fisher has only ever done damage and how I've changed my mind on Mark Fisher, this is more of that and proof of that as far as I'm concerned. And I would need someone to make a very, very good argument the other way.
So first, I need to set you up with the problem that's being solved here, hopefully. And the problem with left politics in the 70s don't really seem all that different from the problems with left politics today. So this book holds up. Anyway, the main problem is our political world picture. In this picture, the world is broken up into zones and regimes of authority. If we are picturing an anonymous political subject, it'll be layered something like this. There's a nice picture: body, mind, social, political, and then we'll just...
I forgot this.
Call this world historical. It's that which is outside ideology.
All right, so I'm just going to let you know. It's a very, very simple statement from here because I'm not going to spend time going through all of this stuff. um, the entire project of Deleuze and Guattari throughout Anti-Edipus is distinctly anti-ideological. It's not a critique of ideology. It is anti-ideological. It does away with ideology as a category. Ideology is as a category dealt with. So the way that this is going about it and speaking about things outside of ideology means that we are 100% not discussing anything having to do with desire. Again, when we talk about these layers and the body starts here, that there's the subject and all of this, you can see completely that there is no desiring production behind the subject or under the subject. This is not related to Anti-Oedipus in a meaningful way in any capacity.
We could also call it, I don't know, material conditions, but it includes
The world historic, wait. No.
And then we'll just call this world dash historical. It's that which is outside ideology. We could also call it, I don't know, material condition.
So he is completely just simply taking Zizekian Hegelianism and just shoving it into Deleuze. This is it's hard to describe how this is not what's in the book and not what Anti-Oedipus is about, because it's so absolutely the opposite. That it's, if I were to say, Dark Souls was one of my favorite games. Dodging bullets and making friends was my favorite thing about it. Everyone would be a little confused, but you could find a way to work it into maybe he means a thing. This is so outside that it is anathema to the project itself. For Deleuze and Guattari, these categories, the body, the mental, the fact that these are separated is horrifying. The social, separated again, the political and world historical, these are all desiring production. If you didn't know. It is factually incorrect to say that Deleuze is anti-Hegelian. I'm not saying he's anti-Hegelian. I'm saying, you know what? I'm going to stop on that entire, look, there's a lot of ways to read Hegel. I've seen incredible things. I'm more saying that this is like Zizekian Hegelianism as I would read what Zizek was doing in a lot of his later works. I know he wouldn't say world historical. It's bad. It's hard for me to even, you can't critique something that doesn't touch any of the sources that you're used to dealing with when you're talking about philosophy. This doesn't touch fucking Plato. This doesn't touch Jordan Peterson. This doesn't touch Ben Shapiro's book. This doesn't touch, I've read Bill O'Reilly and Rush Limbaugh. This doesn't touch their philosophy of the world. This is just simply shit.
But it includes facts such as ownership and capital.
I don't understand how that's... How would...
Social, political, and then we'll just call this world dash historical. It's that which is outside ideology.
World historical is outside ideology.
We could also call it, I don't know, material condition.
Material conditions are outside of ideology.
But it includes...
Material conditions, property and capital are in material conditions and world historical and outside ideology.
Facts such as ownership and capital, most important.
Facts such as ownership and capital. Facts, everyone.
Okay, so each concentric sphere here is sort of circumscribed by the one larger than it.
See, again, everything he says here, you can just ignore because none of this has to do with Anti-Oedipus. He is describing his worldview and his understanding of his own system. Has nothing to do with Deleuze or Guattari's work in any capacity at all. This isn't even connected in a way that I could describe it as being connected. That's how awful this is.
Your mind is within ideology, which is inside the world historical.
the subject you are is codependent and codetermined by the material conditions of it. Your subjectivity is not within ideology. There is no ideology for D&G. Instead, desiring production directly produces the real. Like, if you didn't know, like the real is produced directly by desiring production. It's kind of a cool thing when you get into it. I'm not going to get into it. This is not an explain Deleuze stream. This is a trying to explain how this is existing. Thank you. Coextensive is the word I'm looking for. This is going to get bad. My brain is going to, this is bad. Firewall says, philosophy and beyond aphorisms, beyond a couple Nietzsche lines basically, does not belong in short form videos. Imagine how much time it takes to understand 30 pages of Deleuze work or Aristotle. I believe that, I think it's possible. I would ask, if you don't believe that's the case, my favorite video I've personally made is the one on the virtual and the actual. It's on the channel. Give it a watch. It's two of the hardest concepts, I think. And I think I do a very good job actually breaking it apart. And it's a short-ish form video. It's the same, shorter than this, I think, about the same length. It's possible to do these things. It really is. Professors give lectures that are the same length of this, and they do just fine. Like, the problem is that, like Abigail and Philosophy Tube, a lot of this stuff, because capital is determining the space and is coextensive with everything within it, the reality is that people will find the things that are agreeable, and they work within those things. They play into that same space. And so the work I do, and it takes a lot more work to do a single one of those videos, and a lot more study and a lot more rewriting and having to figure out how to correctly state things. If I didn't give a shit, I could put out 3 or 4 videos a day. Plastic pills, garbage. It's not hard to just put stuff out when you don't care about what anything means, or when anything can mean whatever it fucking does. That reality gives us a spot where you have, there's, what's that asshole? He just did a reaction to Abigail Thorne's video, and it was like the most embarrassing thing to watch, because it's Michael Burns, who, like, ostensibly he's a fine philosophy channel, like it's mostly not objectionable, but he did the Nietzschean Mega video and he watched it and he got to the end, and again, because this is a space of capital independent relationships and he doesn't want to upset anyone, he says that, yeah, they're actually, I've talked to scholars, none of the Nietzsche in this video is good. Also, there's no point, and also I don't really understand where she's going, and it was kind of meaningless. But it's a good video because it was entertaining. Like, that's it. That's it. That's the end of it. It's entertaining. And then he shits on angry guys in the basement who said that Abigail Thorne was terrible, because I care about these things. And when we live in a world where politics and philosophy matters, which we do, and the ability for us to describe and talk about these things matters, which it does, I don't get angry at people misunderstanding. I get angry at assholes who claim knowledge and then fuck everyone over because they've got a good show about it. And it's tiring. It's just tiring as a thing. These people are just terrible. This is fucking awful. This is not how this is not a thing. Now, Carefree Wandering had a great video on Philosophy Tube, and then, like, I kind of put him in, it's the same kind of position as like a Zizek, where it's like, fuck, you did so much good stuff for a while. What the fuck happened, man? Damn. It's a shame. But this is shit. So just, this is shit.
Historical, and so on. So I'm picturing this just as a version of a political mindset, one that we kind of have as default. We have individuals whose vision of the world historical, namely capital, is obscured by ideology.
This has nothing to do with Anti-Edipus at all. Like, this has nothing to do with Anti-Edipus at all. This is a joke. This is a joke.
Ideology, of course, makes sure that nothing changes out here. So for a leftist, and especially an online leftist, all politics turns into making a stand in these zones. Because down here, the mind and the body, these zones have been abandoned to medical professionals, namely psychiatrists and doctors.
Yes, the left, famously not caring about mental non-normativity or body non-normativity. Yes, the left, famous for those things.
Leftists, for that reason, don't often make...
Can't wait for the native tongues. When that happens, Ben in our server we were watching, and Ben comes from, he has a background in hip hop and rap, lost his goddamn mind at that point. When we got a little later, lost his mind at that moment, because it was the most, it's like just insane. The whole thing is garbage. Again, we're 8.5 minutes in, and we're 2 hours of talking about this. I hate the simplistic clarification because this video is misleading. I can't tell if you're critiquing me or not. I don't know quite what you're getting at, Assam, but yeah. Write a little longer.
Make claims to these zones, except for Deleuze and Guattari.
Okay. Everything that exists post-subject is the space of representation to Deleuze and Guattari. These are social machines. The subject is interacting with them and all of this. But these are not like a special category of things, right? These are not some non-material ideality. Instead, representation is social machines. This is desiring machines under determined conditions. And the interaction of desiring machines in these determined conditions, still desire interacting. But desire interacts in very particular ways and comes back on itself because, again, it's all desiring machines. There's no like, oh, it desire and then it gets sublimated into an idea of a thing. That's not what happens here. That's not how this works at all. It's just not how it works at all. So everything that's in this image is antithetical to Anti-Edipus. Flatly. The idea that leftists have abandoned the mental spaces is, I think, a joke. And I do not understand that idea. But I also don't understand how leftism has abandoned the body. And again, the body in this case, he's saying, oh, that's for doctors. No, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, for D&G, the bodies are not like the human body. That's a whole body. That's a representation. You're fucking up at the basic level of what you're talking about. And again, underneath the subject here, he doesn't have desiring production at all. So how do you fucking read Anti-Edipus and not have the subject? There's a misreading that's not a bad misreading, where you have the subject as kind of the prism of which light is coming into and then spreading back out. Or like I've seen ways of drawing it out like that or talking through it. I've done that. It's not right, but it's not wrong. It's in the right direction of where you're talking about the idea of how desiring production and connections and all this produce the subject and come out the other side. But the inability for this to even touch into the core functions of desiring production in Anti-Edipus is fucking nuts.
Make claims to these zones, except for Deleuze and Guattari, of course. Then outside of ideology,
there is no inside or outside of ideology for Deleuze and Guattari. And inside of Anti-Edipus, there is no such thing as that. They're distinctly anti-ideological. That's what the project is. That's the entirety of ideology. The book is founded on a note from Reich. Reich critiques the idea that the ideology of the Nazis is the reason that they were tricked. If only they had the right ideology, it was a trick because the ideology of Nazism fooled all of them into believing a thing. And he found this deeply, deeply unsatisfying. I do too. But ideology has nothing to do with any of this. Ideology is a delirium. That's what it is. The goal of schizoanalysis, to analyze the nature of libidinal investments in economic and political spheres and show how, in the subject who desires, desire can be made to desire its own repression. All this happens not in ideology, but well beneath it. An unconscious investment of a fascist or reactionary type can exist alongside conscious revolutionary investments. This is not about ideology to them. It never has been in any way.
Most encompassing sphere is, the world, including...
Say what you want about ideology, but there's a tradition of leftists talking about media, ideology, and the mind. The online left talks a lot about media. I don't see where PP is getting this from. Taking what he's saying on its face, I also agree. I don't think he's making sense in terms of leftism. As I said, the idea that the left has gotten rid of the mental when the very nature of mental non-normativity and all of that, or the body, human, abortion and trans rights and bodily autonomy are these are things that the leftists have abandoned, is fucking stupid as a thing, and it doesn't work. It's very frustrating. Paul asks, what have I found the most fundamental common mistakes people make when beginning to read Deleuze and Guattari? They watch Plastic Pills, or they read apparently Ian Buchanan's books. Look, Deleuze and Guattari are not the guys to start with. It's tough. These are not the easiest things. The philosophy is not, though, and that's what makes me nuts about this. Philosophy isn't just thinking. Oh, I like thinking. Thinking's fun. I do philosophy. No, you fucking don't. Philosophy is about the art of critique and building concepts and working through these things. And there is a huge amount of work that has been done. Spend some time reading some of that. You don't have to read all of it. Find the thing that elicits passions in you. This is my recommendation for everyone. And I think this would work for anyone who is from this, or does philosophy, or even is in the space of being a professor or a student in any way. Find the thing that arouses your passions and run with that, and understand that as you go, you're going to learn that there's a lot of stuff around that thing that you kind of have to dive into. All right, well, I like getting into McLuhan because of semiotic theory and, materials of the message. What is that? Ooh, that's cool. Okay, but wait, now that you're there, can we talk about signification? Let's go look at some Lacan. How about this? Well, let's go over in this. That you'll start having yourself pulled in directions. Follow it. Follow it. And enjoy it. Because if you're reading stuff you're not enjoying, one, you're probably not reading it right, or you're reading Kant. Sorry, just my experience. Or Hegel a little bit, although I find Hegel more enjoyable now. But find people who will help. Again, this is why the QC exists. It's to be a space where people will help you find those mental roadblocks, help you find other texts, help you find other things to read. If I didn't have it, I would not have the enjoyment of the things that I found inside of these books. And I wouldn't have come close to the ability to really be able to have meaningful discussions about real concepts in the space where I'm not just asking stupid questions, but instead questions that are worthy of, actual discussion amongst scholars. And it's really fun to be a part of that. And it's really edifying. And again, enjoy it. Anti-Edipus, start there if you'd like, and run with everything you find. Go read some Spinoza's Ethics. If you're going to do Anti-Oedipus, do Holland's Guide. Do our reading. We have a reading on Spotify, beginning to end, the entire book. We're doing another one now. We're almost done with our third time through. So you can find that on YouTube. You can also read Holland's introduction if you're going to do it. Holland's introduction is the one I think is the jam. Don't use ChatGPT. Don't use any of these things. Philosophy is more complex than it's capable of by a wide fucking margin. By a wide margin. And it's worth knowing that. I gotta say though, this line here really bothers me. The most encompassing sphere, the world, including facts like ownership, property,
to these zones, except for Deleuze and Guattari, of course. Then outside of ideology, the most encompassing sphere is, the world, including facts such as ownership.
See, who's a better explainer to Deleuze, ChatGPT or plastic pills is terrible in general. ChatGPT probably would be better, but again, you'll be steered in the wrong direction. Don't do it. Like, just don't. It doesn't have the thing. ChatGPT doesn't think. There's no such thing as reasoning. They're all lying to you. There will never be, in the current model of AI, AGI will not evolve in any capacity. I'm not the only person saying this. People in the field know this. It is not a thing. So don't do that ever. Just don't fucking do that. It's not how this shit works. It's not functional. If the way he's looking at it is you have the body, the mental space that extends around the body, and then the social space around that, the political space around that, and then outside of ideology is the material conditions. The opposite of this is what Anti-Edipus speaks of. The material conditions through which desire connects are at the base, the fucking ontological layer of things is material conditions of desire. It's the opposite of this. There's no such thing as outside of the political. It's fucking stupid.
The truth about labor and material conditions.
The truth about things is insane.
This
and history
is known to
what the fuck is
economists, historians, and other scientific specialists.
That's fucking amazing. As the opposite of what they would say in what is philosophy. Just absolute shit.
And this, of course, is the region that everyone hopes to change, hopes they can change, but it feels impossible. So what happens instead as a consequence is all these territories are marked out and argued about on the internet.
This is not what territories are in Anti-Edipus. I don't even, this isn't even related to any of this shit. It's fucking crazy and a poor explanation of it.
So this diagram, for me, explains to leftists why not everyone is a leftist.
I gotta say, the idea that leftism is somehow not of all the territories to not put it in, material conditions, that's a phrase I hear the right saying a lot. All those Nazis, the material conditions, that's a thing they say.
You can't change material conditions because ideology is in the way.
This is just, it's amazing. 225,000 views.
And too many simp dads are watching propaganda on TV, and that's why we can't have nice things or the things that we want.
Conflating desire and wants again. Can't have things that we want. Well, wait, shouldn't we have a discussion about what it means to want something? Because the forces that are at play that cause me to find the signification that applies to that specific intensity within me that I'm claiming for myself, that I'm associating with all those images that capitalism's given me, maybe is more complex than the way we're talking about it and the way that you're putting it right here. Because this is just an oversimplified bunch of garbage that allows people to insert themselves wherever they want because you're playing inside of the symbolic order, which does nothing for anyone ever.
Access to health stuff, education, wealth redistribution. But all politics, for the most part, is limited to this region.
I forgot. Oh my God. I stopped doing research after I did a few minutes in. I wanted to make sure I had a few things in there. Politics. Politics is limited to these regions. Because you know what politics never has anything to do with? Historical material conditions. Look, I'm just in case I'm being rude. I'm gonna let's see. Once I'm just gonna see if I can start a poll. All right. I need to know that I'm in the right place. So I'm asking, did Plastic Pills just ask and just say that politics is unrelated to material conditions and history? I will play the clip back for everyone who wants a moment.
Access to health. That's why we can't have, and too many leftists. Why not everyone is a leftist? You can't change material conditions because ideology is in the way. And too many simp dads are watching propaganda on TV, and that's why we can't have nice things or the things that we want. Access to health stuff, education, wealth redistribution. But all politics, for the most part, is limited to this region. So what you're doing when arguing about politics is just arguing over zone control and setting up these little camps in here. Campground politics. And of course,
okay, for those who say no, I need you to write what he actually was saying. And if you're out, is that he said for the most part. I need you to explain how politics is not in leftism, which is what he's talking about, directly related to material conditions. Need someone to write that, because I am not clear on how one might have a politics not related to material conditions. The entirety of sociological anthropological studies and Marxist work and post-Marxism and even Foucault. I mean, even goddamn Foucault and Lacan and Zizek. Material conditions are the base of all of that shit. Like, for example, and again, unless you're talking about Marxist-Leninism, because then I'd have to get Luna Oi to weigh in on that, and it could literally be anywhere. Let's say I'm just going to go with Wittfogel's analysis of water. If you haven't read it, Oriental Despotism, phenomenal book. Wittfogel, who is a Marxist, who was drummed out of actually Marxist circles because he was critical of the Soviet Union. Good for him. Talked about water. He said, it's just really interesting the thing that happens because we need water to survive. Let's say there's just small groups of people, like go way back in time when there's not millions of people living in a place, but where you have like nomadic tribes or even just small tribes growing along the Nile, whatever it is. But access to that water is the big deal. It's a big deal. At some point you have, because I can go pick up water and bring it. We bring jugs of water back. We do what we can. We dig a trench, but at some point there's enough people, there's enough farms, there's enough stuff that everyone just taking the water they need ruins everything. Why Luna Oi for Marxist-Leninism? Because I was making a joke about people who suck. And Marxist-Leninism is stupid, and Luna Oi is as well. The water, at some point, you need to have like someone do more. So what happens? So you go, fuck, we need more water, but we need it distributed. It can't just be this river. We need like an aqueduct, for example, which is the example that Fogel gives. And it's like, well, I can't build an aqueduct in the next 20 minutes. How are you going to do it? Well, I can help. Well, Steve could help me. We could get John to do it. You know what? We can do this, but it needs to be managed, and we need to have someone like bringing stuff to us. We need to be fed. I need to be fed. You need to be fed. And it's like, okay, well, we'll do that. And Brooks will manage and set that up. And the material conditions of this create a space where people have to begin working together in a slight hierarchy. Brooks manages. Now, management itself isn't necessarily an evil thing, but it can be. Because at some point, Assam Road pisses me off. And I go, you know what? Assam's family, we're gonna build the aqueduct to the next house. Oh, I guess we screwed up. And I fuck them over. I fuck them over. I go, Assam, I don't give a shit. That power I have is now the power of life and death. It's a light management thing, but it's different. And suddenly I have a different type of power over you. That's the big deal. I have power over you. This is born not of random happenstance or ideological shit. We find ideological shit that matches this, but the material conditions are the revealing of it in the production of these relationships. In Anti-Edipus, again, the book that he's claiming that he's describing to us here, they go back and I did a big piece on this, on the nature of structural anthropology and what social codes are. It's a 55-minute video. Very, very good. I'm very proud of it. Please critique it, but please do watch. He goes at length through Grial and Godelier's visits to a handful of tribes. One of them, the Dogons, are blacksmiths. And what would happen with the blacksmiths is the blacksmiths had this sort of mythological understanding of the world and its origins, blah, blah, blah. But it was born not of nothing. It matched their actual practices in blacksmithing, which was a sacred craft to them. And it still is to a point. You can kind of see a lot of really interesting stuff there. But Godelier's argument, Grial's as well, and GND use this. And again, Plastic Pills completely didn't read this book, is that it's not so much that ideology formed this space where, oh my God, blacksmithing is important because of these stories. No. We're getting it backwards. The act of blacksmithing reified the stories themselves. They recreated them in their actions through their actions. This is the difference of how these things get written and how codes get formed versus the axiomatized nature of capital. So when we say that world history is not affected or how ideology doesn't play in, this is a flat misunderstanding of the entirety of this book. And again, all of its sources and everything about it. It's really awful. It's really fucking awful. Oh no, don't watch ahead. It'll kill you. It's like, you guys don't know, but this is like, this is The Grudge. This is the tape. This is the tape. This is the fucking tape. Oh, good Lord. All right. That's 2 hours and 30 minutes. I need to get myself a little bit more water. We aren't even 10 minutes in. We are 9.5 minutes into the video. And we're not even close to the worst part. We aren't even close to the worst part. I will be returning in a moment. I need to get myself some fresh water so my throat doesn't get going. I may get myself a beer. I need to get myself a snack. If you like what I'm doing while I'm gone, please give some love in the chat. Super chats. Memberships are big. We love doing all of that fun stuff. But the biggest thing, of course, patreon.com/DGQC, or joining the Discord, discord.gg/DGQC. I will be returning momentarily I do promise. This break is going to be just long enough for me to not cry when I return. Link the Patreon. That's a fair thing to do, actually. Oh, no, there you go. There you go. The Patreon, it does really help. It's hard for me to tell you. So thank you guys very much. But I'll be back in a moment. Oh, good Lord. Good Lord. All right. Got my jug. It's my Dota jug. I used to give them every time at the International. Didn't get one the last International I went to. It's a shame. Look at that. My viewers dropped. How sad, how sad, how sad. All right. From here, we continue.
Of course, the world historical is never affected by discussions or debates like these. And yet, so much of our time is spent in these zones with all manner of activists, pundits, experts, theorists, YouTube channels, yep, I'm in here too, here to explain why not everyone agrees with us. But hey, here is the picture of capitalist realism, at least my picture. So, everyone has their zone and everyone stays in their zone. Medical professionals down here, culture warriors here, the cancelers and caller-outers here, and then the clubs of, you know, anarcho, communo, accelerationo, crypto, primitivo, Lenin, Mao, whateverists, and not a single one of these labels makes any difference, by the way, then the real world keeps on trucking, you know, where
So again, the material conditions of the world produce all of us and the subjectivities within it, and we claim the representational space and devour the intensities of subjectivity in order to claim it ourselves. And these are produced by desiring production, and they are done so by the images of capitalism in an axiomatized system. I can get parts of that wrong, sure. But this has nothing to do with Anti-Oedipus at all, so I thought I'd at least try.
Capital actually flows and where wealth begets wealth.
No. No. First off, it's not really about the flows of capital in that sense. Kind of a pissy thing. I'm going to pass by that. Capital doesn't like only exist outside of the ideological in this way, because it's not, again, part of this. Capital is the social surface on which all is recorded and for which all is done. So it's a complete non sequitur, the way he's describing all of this.
But every cause camper and LARPer gets to go to bed thinking that they've had a good moral day because they posted about what they believe the world should look like on the internet. If this looks like a problem to you, then maybe Deleuze and Guattari have a project for you. You may find this interesting. Give me that ding. Delirium.
This is going to be bad.
So here's our campground. Everyone's in their zone, doing whatever they're doing. Now here's what happens in schizophrenic thought, which doesn't stay inside the lines at all. It's crossing boundaries because that's its defining feature.
Okay. Schizophrenic desire is not a thing that necessarily exists socially in that way. As we read in the thing that he actually was quoting about capitalism, a very special delirium. This is not the phrasing. What happens in schizophrenic thought is not that it crosses boundaries. It's that boundaries don't exist because schizophrenia doesn't pull a whole body or have as a whole body its goal. And the nature of schiz or desiring production at that space that hasn't become repressed by representation, that freedom to have the fluxion of connection and disconnection that produces an inclusive disjunction rather than an exclusive, all happens pre-subject. This has nothing to do with post-subjectivity. I love the way you talk about critiques like these, saying online politics is bad, just organized bro is a great way to build up resentment. It's completely impotent and devoid of meaning. Yeah. I mean, it's screaming impotence, and it's doing this thing. I made this comment yesterday, and I'll continue to. The politics that exists today is built on resentment at its base, and so you have to think of it in terms of like very much the Nietzschean sense. When he wrote about the sheep resenting the falcon that is able to pluck lambs from the ground and kill them, and the sheep says, I would never do such a thing. That interaction of resentment is what you continually see. I would never do such a thing. I would never do such a thing. Because you're impotent in how you interact with the world, you can't do such a thing. You don't have that ability to do anything of the sort. And so you run into this really awful thing where that becomes your driving force. And you can see it in this, I think, all the way through. It's his, you're not seeing a vitality in what he's talking about. He is labeling it as a, well, this makes me better than those. Or here's how you do better. These bad people who say this. And it's like, that thing is the sheep resenting the falcon.
All be silent! Jesus Christ, should he have been silent?
Now, the schizophrenic claims authority over world history.
Okay. God damn. I wonder how he's going to use this, but this is, I don't like that he's saying this.
Declaring himself to be Napoleon or Jesus, then takes it back and writes it on his body, not even on the outside, but inside. The doctor has stolen his stomach. There is no boundary between the inside and the outside.
Okay. This is what happens when you take like lines from Anti-Edipus and you just go, oh, I like this. One second. I'm going to see if this is actually just taken directly. Schizophrenic claims. It sounds like a thing he would say. because it's what they're getting at is not so much that the schizophrenic is the master of world history. It's the claimant over all of world history is, again, meant to be revealing about how we see world history. Like, I see myself as a very particular position in the social order between Trump and Bush and Obama and Biden and all these people in my life. I'm a subject of them, and I see myself in America as this, and I relate myself to these people, but I'm not any of these people. I see myself as a contingent subject of these positions. But the schizophrenic claims authority over it because he doesn't allow others to tell him what a whole body is or what his position is. His position in society is determined by the intensities that he is consuming and finding placement for. Now, they're disconnected from social production at large, and they're deeply repressed. By the way, schizophrenics are deeply repressed. They're just, in their repression, they're revealing to us how desiring production works. So that whole fucking thing. But this is not saying that there is no inside or out, or that line about Schraber's stomach isn't about, oh, there's no internal or outside of the body. It's the hallucination that he didn't have organs. Obviously he did. We would say, you might say, factually, of course, he still had his fucking stomach. He didn't have his stomach removed. Factually, he didn't have sunbeams coming out of his ass. Sure, but does that matter? That would be my question. When someone says, I'm hungry, their name isn't hungry, right? But they're getting at the thing. They're talking to you about the processes under which they're experiencing the effective ongoing becoming of the world. And since the schizophrenic doesn't have whole bodies or positions in the social order that they're connecting to, they're able to pull from a far larger bit. This is why a schizophrenic on a walk is a better model than an analyst on a couch. The patient on the couch, disconnected from the world, who's only able to deal with things in a representational space with a symbolic space with a psychiatrist. This is not a good model for a human or a psyche, but a schizophrenic on a walk, freely connecting with everything as the piece goes. This is a much better model for how we actually function.
The NSA is eavesdropping on his thoughts. His thoughts are outside of his head. Someone has planted chips under his skin. Can you see
This is fucking terrible.
what's going on here? The schizo does not limit themselves to territories. Schizo thought takes over every territory, and you can't keep up with it.
This is not accurate at all. This is not what territory means. And this is not a use of the word territory from the book. This is, again, playing with vibes and the relative obfuscation of a symbolic system that allows analogy and metaphor to take place of exacting thought, which D&G are taking part in Anti-Oedipus.
To get ahead of capitalist realism,
Fuck Mark Fisher.
this is what we should be going for: a process and not a goal, a production and not an expression.
The phrasing around this, and this has to do with the way that they talk about sort of there's a line in here they have, and I believe it's Lawrence, that he talks about how we've ruined love by turning it into a goal and not a process. A goal, a process ends. A goal is eternal. This break between the two and this misunderstanding of it is where desire is meant to lie. So when we talk about desire being a process and not a goal, he's not talking about a schizo. They're not talking about the schizo as a process and not a goal. Because again, this is also, by the way, he's going to end up saying that the goal is to be more schizo. So fucking that's how broken his reading is of this and how silly his quoting is of all of this shit. But the line here is beautiful and it's being really misused.
Here we can also see why Deleuze object to psychoanalysis. All of your motivations and behaviors are interpreted here, opposed to the father displacing the desire of the mother. This is another apparatus for limiting desire, not freeing it. And note, Guattari was a student of Lacan before this, and he quit the team. While most of their derision is directed at Freudian analysts, they do claim that Lacan changing the mommy-daddy triangle to one of algebra, law, objet A, desire, it's really just kicking the can further down the road without explaining anything more about desire, qua production.
And yeah, it's just fair. Have you noticed Plastic Pills hasn't talked about desire or production at all? Have you noticed that anywhere? That he's not mentioned desire or production in any capacity? At all? So yeah, this is actually correct. So 13 minutes in, we have our first thing that's kind of correct. Still not correct, because father is not the other, mother is not the object petit a, and desire is not the subject. This triangle doesn't work the same way. In fact, it still utilizes the triangle because the name of the father, name of the mother, and the subject of the person and their castration, because this is actually, the triangle mostly has castration in it, is incorrect. So this is stupid still, but there are no English subtitles. Oh, that's good. So that means, okay. That's good. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. There it is.
Analysis. Desire. It's really just kicking the can further down the road without explaining anything more about desire, qua production.
Good. Still. Terrible.
They hate this idea that desire is a lack. And that's why psychoanalysis is old news, and we now need to go to schizoanalysis.
Desire is not a lack in psychoanalysis. A lot of people make this mistake because they, again, think personal desire. I don't have something, therefore, I want it. That's what we mean when we say desire comes from lack. Desire is not a lack. Desire is born of lack. In Lacanian psychoanalysis, and again, this fucking guy claims to have done shit on Lacan, and his shit on Lacan, as much as Lacan's like interminably difficult to read and kind of, Lacan contradicts Lacan. You can imagine how bad these videos are. When he says like, oh, desire is lack. No. See, in Lacan, desire is born of lack. Lack is born of, for Lacan, the nature of the mirror stage, or the understanding of the representational world, the symbolic space. A child, when they first recognize themselves in the mirror, I'm oversimplifying the mirror stage here, but they see themselves in the mirror and they understand that image of themselves is not them, that they actually have a mental position that isn't actually the vital state, isn't filled with vitality. It's now, for better or worse, it's dead. It's a non-vitalistic version. Vitality is not flowing through that. Desire, libidinal desire, is not flowing there anymore. And they see other things through this. Language and such comes all at once. This lack that is born into the space of representation, the symbolic order, this is what desire is born of. For D&G, it's the opposite. They see desire as ontological, and of desire, we find representation born, and lack is actually an affirming blockage. So it's actually produced rather than what produces desire. Okay? I'm hoping it's generally making sense. Generally.
All right, I'm hoping you'd like to know what this book actually says, and then I'll give you some examples. Here's the movement of schizo desire. The code of delirium or of desire proves to have an extraordinary fluidity. It might be said that the schizophrenic passes from one code to the other, but he deliberately scrambles all the codes by quickly shifting from one to another according to the questions asked him, never giving the same explanation from one day to the next, never invoking the same genealogy, never recording the same event in the same way.
Okay. Wow. Wow. Okay. I'm going to explain this section. We're going to do it by actually reading, because this is page 14. And this is not them saying what the point of the book is. This paragraph, the code of delirium or desire proves to have an extraordinary fluidity. It might be said the schizophrenic passes from one code to the other, but he deliberately scrambles all the codes by quickly shifting from one to another according to questions asked from, never giving the same explanation from one day to next. When you're speaking to someone who is extremely autistic, or schizophrenic works for this as well, like, again, giant big umbrella thing at the time, the nature of delirium is not one that is foundational and is able to be retracted back, that is always sort of pure ideas laden on top of ideas. This is not them talking about only schizophrenia. They're talking about a schizophrenic as an example, that the code of delirium, the code of shared social meaning, or how we see things. What does it mean to be white? There we go. There you go. That's all you need. What is a woman? How you doing, Matt Walsh? You're the schizophrenic they're speaking of here, because what is happening is that you can pass from one code to another, but it scrambles the codes. You aren't moving in social codes. Social codes are determined, hardline, and they're very contingent. Or inside of the despotic systems, they're actually determined by master signification and signifier chains all the way down, but not in capital. The delirium of capital, which is unique, puts us in a position where the idea we have is born of images and axioms. And we see these things. What is a woman? And even Matt Walsh can't give an answer. By the way, the entire fucking thing cannot give an answer. He cannot give an answer. Entire movie. He doesn't actually just answer it in a way that is direct. His answer is contingent. It's actually said by his wife at the end as a fucking joke of all things. Because what matters is, it's not that he's using social codes, because a woman, by the way, in the world of social codes, very particular. It's very particular what it meant to be a woman. Also contingent, but different. But a schizophrenic doesn't pass from one code to another. He doesn't become Jesus and then switch to Napoleon. No, he scrambles the codes, shifting from one to another according to questions asked of him, never giving the same explanation from one day to the next, never invoking the same in genealogy, never recording the same event in the same way. This is all of us now. They're talking about the nature of the schizophrenic as an example of how we work within capitalist delirium. What does it mean to be white? Go have fun asking that. Tell me if, as you ask that and someone gives an answer, and depending on the questions asked, they give different explanations from one day to the next, never invoking the same, in genealogy, never recording the same event in the same way. You tell me if that's not how they work. That's exactly it. This is not that we all need to be more schizophrenic. This is about the schizophrenic revealing how delirium operates within all of us. Okay? So you're saying schizophrenia is under No. I didn't say anything about territorialization. And I didn't say anything about changing under symbolic structures. Nope. Unrelated to those things. Those words are not in this sentence. Did you notice that? None of the words you used here are in this sentence. None of this.
So this freed, fluid desire resists capitalism, which wants you in a...
Nope. Schizophrenic is not a freed, fluid desire. They are a social machine, perhaps you could say, but they are totality in a whole body and an organism. Or inside of a asylum, they are a patient. That thing. This is the problem. Desire doesn't, like, schizophrenic desire doesn't escape capitalism. a schizophrenic doesn't escape capitalism. There's not like some cool place where all the schizophrenics are like living. They're living in basements or stuck at home with parents barely able to afford to take care of them, or asylums or care homes, or living alone and trying to survive. This is they're not freed from capital.
Demographic, so that it can create needs for you or desires. The schizo is too slippery for all that. Let me give.
We all are. This is the process of it. I've gone over Anthro. Why do you hate Mark Fisher? By the way, I can explain my distaste to Mark Fisher pretty simply. He claims to be from a very particular philosophical tradition, but he shows that he's not through his writings continuously, and I don't think any of his writings are actually very good. His critiques of things like even Avatar or Terminator, I think, are silly. Vampire Castle is something that could only be written by a white dude from Britain who has no concept of his social position in the world and how these things actually work. The idea of cancel culture is hilarious. But the idea of capitalist realism as an ideology literally exists just to basically make him feel better about his life. So, yeah, pass.
Give you an example. Judge Schraber. Schraber wrote a now famous book from a mental asylum in 1900. Everyone, including Freud, uses it as the paradigmatic paranoiac schizoid. The psychiatric system is obviously repressive. It restrains desire, either physically or psychochemically. But from here,
and just to mention, Guattari and Deleuze were both perfectly fine with the medical use of medicine to treat psychotic episodes or schizophrenia or other issues. No issue whatsoever with it. Now, I'm not saying that for everyone should do it. And they're very much against psychotropic drugs. Enjoy that. So this is a load of shit. Guattari spent his life working in asylums and trying to get them to work. He didn't like how they were done, but he didn't think they weren't good.
Judge Schraber creates this complicated mythical universe full of magical rays and miracles, upper gods, lower gods, voices of nerve language, and struggles against the order of the world. It's bizarre, paranoid, because Schraber is schizo, but he's definitely not staying in his zone. He goes all the way up to God, into history, then back into his own body, claiming authority.
See, this is what I knew he was going to fucking do with that line. The schizophrenic claims authority. Judge Shraber doesn't. This isn't. Okay. First off, Judge Shraber doesn't create mythical spaces. He uses myths. He uses symbols. He uses all of these things. Like, he uses these things. He doesn't create them. It's not really the setup. And he's also not claiming authority by seeing himself as marrying God. In fact, God impregnating him and him becoming a woman, God dressing him as a woman. I mean, I would argue that has a lot to do with the opposite of gaining authority. It has nothing to do with, though, in the sense of the way that D&G have used it or talked of it, that the schizophrenic claims authority because they don't have history told to them. They don't accept the stories of history or the myths of history as told. They're all a mishmash of connections and tools. And that's what a schizophrenic's doing.
I am God. I was not God. I am a clown of God. Now, the God of Schraber's world is punitive and demanding. So Freud reads this and in Freudian fashion goes, oh, this whole thing.
Anyone who read anything about Schraber and doesn't think it has to do with his father is shit. And they don't even, like, Deleuze and Guattari don't believe it has nothing to do with his father.
Must be a repressed resentment against the father.
His father created devices that literally were metal rods and holders of straps that were made of metal that held children in place to make sure that they stood up straight or kept their hands away from their pleasure points while they slept by tying them down. It's a horrifying nightmare. Here, we're gonna do this. Shraber father. Every fucking time. Here's Daniel, poor Daniel Paul Shraber. Leave Shraber. I think, nope. That's Leave Shraber. That's an actor. Here is something Shraber's father did to him. What the fuck? I'm sure his father has nothing to do. Do you see this? Look at this. The fuck? This is the cool one, by the way. This one is the one that I feel comfortable sharing. There are others that are less cool. No more pictures. Oh, they're just not going to have any more pictures. The pictures are the best part. Come on. And just mentioning, thank you, Purdue. Anti-Edipus, Logic of Flux, January 18th, English translation. Let's talk about, just real quick, I just want to go so you can see. Because I know I'm not wrong on this. Oh, look, they're actually analyzing Shraber through his father. The student comments about the father. Maud Manoni's argument, as Deleuze says, about the decision on Schraber's case as the first act of anti-psychiatry misses the park. Since the reason Schraber was released was schizophrenic, blah, blah, they're literally putting it all through his father, through this entire piece. Because, again, just to sort of share, where the fuck is this? Schraber's father, devices. I want to show you how fucking awful they got. Ugh, I don't want to go that deep. Why am I on Bing? What the fuck is wrong with my browser? Here are the straps that kept the hands and arms tied across the chest. That's pretty great. That's just going to be torture devices. There's Leave Shraber. See? This is unrelated. He's just a cool dude. So when you're talking about Shraber, yeah, he had daddy issues. Was Shraber's father a BDSM dude? So you have to understand, so Marx came about in the late 1800s, 1900s, right? When that world was sort of coming around. Schraber already had gone through this asylum thing and died by the time Freud read his shit as a thing. So you're talking about someone predating Freud by 40, 50 years doing this to their kids. And in the 1850s, this stuff was pretty progressive.
Deleuze and Guattari are like, no, stop making everything about the family and instead listen to what he says. Look at what he says. His language doesn't need to represent something else. What it does do is create these connections. So D&G have this concept called the body without organs. I've explained this elsewhere, but look at what Shraber writes in this book. I could not eat because I had no stomach. Sometimes, immediately before meals, a stomach was, so to speak, produced ad hoc by miracles.
So he's going to relate this to BWO. This has nothing to do with BWO. This is a stupid thing. The thing that and the reason that D&G references, as they were talking about before with the schizophrenic, the nature of this is that they're able to shift and jive, shuck and jive as necessary. Right? Whatever he has. But I didn't have a stomach. Oh, it was a miracle that it was just gone. Like a miracle. But that doesn't make any sense to you and me. Correct. Well, it's a miracle. That's his explanation. His explanatory reality is one that could be connected as he wanted it to be. He can find the connections because he's not like all of us, really. He isn't working with some eternal truth. What he's doing is he's shucking and jiving based on the affective experience he's having and how those sort of move backwards, and he's able to sort of claim them under things.
So he can't eat because he has no stomach, but sometimes he would get a miraculous stomach, just there on the spot temporarily, so that he was able to eat again. This is a diagnosis.
Problem says we still have debates on if it's okay to physically harm kids so they'll learn, and it used to be thousands of times worse. The fact that like people today, my dad's generation, and this was like, you know, being a kid in the 50s, getting the shit kicked out of you until you were bloody was normal in a lot of ways. It's horrifying. But again, before that, and it's a thing to remember, is my grandfather was raised in a place where that was like tame. We are a dark bunch of fucks.
That a non-schizo wouldn't make. We find it humorous. Most non-schizos are
I didn't find it very humorous. I found it kind of horrifying.
Subjecting themselves to a doctor's professional diagnosis, but not Schraber. And by the way, we're not done with Schraber's stomach, because now he thinks there's something wrong with the miraculous stomach he just got. The Viennese nerve specialist miraculously produced, in place of my healthy natural stomach, a very inferior so-called Jew's stomach. Naturally, this never lasted long. The stomach which had been produced by miracles, in any case, only an inferior stomach, was usually removed again miraculously. Stomach appears, stomach disappears. His doctor miraculously puts in an inferior Jewish stomach into his body and then miraculously takes it out again. Bing, bing. So aside from being a pretty humorous delusion here, we can also note that racism is part of Schraber's delirium. Obviously, we don't like the racism, but then again, look to the form of the thought instead of the content.
That's not what form and content are. I don't even know how to say that to him. It's just like.
And ask the question then, what is a race? So races make up the.
Ask him what a race is. Oh, that has nothing to do with the content of what he said. It's amazing. It's
world historical. They're way out here in our diagram. Part of human history that extends past us as individuals. Yes.
The thing that D&G are famous for saying in Anti-Edipus, the tautological totality that is race as being real in world history and a truth that exists beyond ideology. Race definitely exists outside of that and is part of the material conditions. It's race. He's a race realist through Deleuze. I can't even. I have to close the door. I'll be right back. Like, this is fucking. What the fuck am I doing with my fucking. It's like, what the fuck am I doing with my fucking day? Why am I even here? It's like, this is my fucking thing, is like watching this garbage. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. We're here at DGQC as Brooks watches and slowly goes insane again. Breaking slowly over time. I have a lovely couple snacks with me, so I'm able to survive. If you like what I do, and if you like the channel, and if you're able to learn something, please, dear God, send a super chat. Join as a member. I send messages occasionally. We do not paywall content, so no, there's nothing special for any of that. But all that stuff's great. Hit up our Patreon, patreon.com/DGQC, or just join the Discord, say hi. We love having you. Discord.gg/DGQC. From Assam, plastic pills think this is an illusion. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think that he thinks representational thinking is quite hilarious. I'm actually not even sure what he's doing here, because he's talked about this outer ring is the material and historical conditions which are outside ideology, but there's no such thing as race. It's like
in both directions. So Deleuze and Guattari note that the schizo moves through the whole world and all of history fluidly, marking out his own body as a territory of history.
So here's the problem. At a basic level, he's fucked up. Because what the schizophrenic is moving between is not spaces that already have meaning. That's not what's happening. The schizophrenic is shifting bodies and the connections of bodies. Because for DNG, and for Deleuze especially, but Guattari as well, Machinic Unconscious, the nature of things is not that there is a baseline thing where he's moving from being a Jew to being a doctor. No. What he's doing is he's moving amongst intensities, and the representational space of Jew or doctor or stomach or whatever these things are is the best sort of name to call them as they exist. This is not that there is a such thing as a Jew and he's moving between this thing that is a Jew. I have no idea even how you would even conceive of that. Instead, he's moving amongst bodies. In Logic of Sense, Deleuze speaks of it as the schizophrenic who falls into the bodies or the states of things. That play, I think, it's difficult to make the grasp of, but it is antithetical, again, to everything he's saying here. This is not at all having to do anything with how Deleuze and Guattari go over anything in their book.
So yeah, what Schraber said is racist, but the point is that all these disparate regions can be intimately and creatively connected. The inside of the body connects directly with world history in this case.
No. Those are totalities that you're connecting yourself in your understanding. This is the problem is what he's done is he has, again, put himself and his understanding in Deleuze's place. This has nothing to do with Deleuze at all. It's embarrassing.
So in their interpretation, here are their words. First things to be distributed on the body with their organs are races, cultures, and their gods. The fact has often been overlooked that the schizo indeed participates in history. He hallucinates and raves universal history and proliferates the races. All delirium.
Okay. Here's how this works. I am going to sit and eat a gummy or two. I want you to look at this quote. And I want you to tell me what you think is wrong with it. That is, that I would be mortified. It's in this quote. And it's a mistake. The quote's not accurate. So, you tell me, the first one to get it. Oh, this is directly out of Anti-Oedipus. I know the section of this. I literally know the part of this. But I want you to guess what's wrong with it. Because this is embarrassing. Yeah, there you go. Body with their organs. Oh, maybe it is. Body without organs. In the actual text, it's body without organs. No, really. The first things to be distributed on the body without organs. How do you fuck up that bad? I mean, you don't read the book, and you don't care about the words they're using. Because he doesn't. He literally just finished talking about the body without organs. The fact has often been overlooked that the schizo indeed participates in history. He hallucinates and raves universal history, proliferates the races. All delirium is racial, which does not necessarily mean racist. Now, let's do some theory. We're going to go back one paragraph because it's important. Because we are in the section about psychoanalysis and familialism. And we're talking about the order of things, the processes of these deliriums. This is the part with Lang. We are also of a mind to believe that everything commingles in these intense becomings, passages, and migrations, all this drift that ascends and descends the flux of time, countries, races. For those who don't know, I insert flux. I've read it too many times. I've got the French. I'm working on a translation and everything. Flows in the English and flux are not the same thing. I have a disagreement with this with other people. This is perfectly fine. But for me, flux in French has a very particular edge to it, which has to do with about it being burst or rate of change as the focal point of the signification. So if I say the water is flowing, or a flow of water, or I say a flux of water, I'm saying two different things necessarily. It's a denotation of the movement of the water. A flow is a flow. A flux is a burst, like coming, explosion, afflux, vomiting. Flux is an important word for Deleuze and Guattari because as they go through it, and they're very particular in their uses of couler to flux inside of the French, I refuse to use flows. I think it's a big mistake. I brought this up with a handful of people, and ultimately Terrence Blake ended up writing a piece with young Jan, and I'm very happy that we were able to have this discussion because he went, oh wait, this is actually really important because ultimately this book is about calculus, if you didn't know, and the nature of flux and the line for Deleuze is incredibly important. So you'll hear me do this, and so just so you know. But he's saying, like, all of the stuff that is through the flux of time, countries, races, families, parental appellations, divine appellations, geographical, historical designations, and even miscellaneous news items. I feel that I am becoming God. I am becoming woman. I was Joan of Arc. I am Heliogabalus and the Great Mongol. I am a Chinaman, a Redskin, a Templar. I was my father. I was my son. And all the criminals, the whole list of criminals, the decent criminals and the scoundrels. Zondi, rather than Freud in his Oedipus, quote, perhaps it's by trying to be worm that I'll finally succeed in being Mahout. Then all I'll have to do is be worm, which no doubt I shall achieve by trying to be Jones. Then all I'll have to do is be Jones. But if everything commingles in this fashion, it does so in intensity, with no confusion of spaces and forms, since these have indeed been undone on behalf of the new order, the intense and intensive order. What is the nature of this order? Well, the first things to be distributed on the body without organs are races, cultures, and their gods. The fact has often been overlooked that the schizo indeed participates in history. He hallucinates and raves universal history, proliferates all the races. All delirium is racial, which does not necessarily mean racist. It is not a matter of the regions of the body without organs representing races and cultures. Regions of the beat, really, the full body does not represent anything at all. On the contrary, races and cultures designate regions on this body, that is, zones of intensity, fields of potentials, phenomena of individualization and sexualization are produced within these fields. We pass from one field to another by crossing thresholds. We never stop migrating. We become other individuals as well as other sexes. Departing becomes as easy as being born or dying. Along the way, we struggle against other races. We destroy civilizations in the manner of the great migrants in whose wake nothing is left standing once they have passed through, although these destructions can be brought about, as we shall see, in two very different ways. I fucking love this book, by the way. I really do. I really love this book. Crossing of those thresholds entails ravages elsewhere. How could it be otherwise? The body without organs closes round the deserted places. The theater of cruelty cannot be separated from the struggle against our culture, from the confrontation of the races, from Artaud's great migration towards Mexico, its forces, its religions. Individuations are produced only within fields of forces, expressly defined by intensive vibrations, and that animate cruel personages only insofar as they are induced organs, parts of desiring machines, mannequins. A season in hell, how could it be separated from denunciations of European families, from the call for destructions that don't come quickly enough, from the admiration for the convict, the intense crossing of the thresholds of history, and from this prodigious migration, this becoming woman, this becoming Scandinavian or Mongol, this displacement of races and continents, this feeling of raw intensity that presides over delirium as well as over hallucinations, and especially this deliberate, stubborn material will to be of a race inferior for all eternity. I've known every son of good birth. I've never been of this people, never been Christian. Yes, my eyes are closed to your light. I am a beast, a Negro. Can Zarathustra be separated from this grand politics from the beginning, from bringing to life of all the races that leads Nietzsche to say, I am not a German, I'm Polish. Here again, individuations are brought about solely within complex forces that determine persons as so many intensive states embodied in criminal, ceaselessly passing beyond a threshold while destroying the factitious unity of a family and ego. I am Prado. I am also Prado's father. I venture to say I am also Lesseps. I wanted to give my Parisians who I love a new idea, that of a decent criminal. I am also Shambij, also a decent criminal. The unpleasant thing, and one that nags at my modesty, is that at root, every name in history is I. As the symbols of the world that exist, and we do not exist randomly. We don't come about. That's not how it works. We don't just appear. You're born, and you're born in a space with which your desiring machines, the desire machines that make up you, and you do not exist yet. You do not have a cohesive body. You don't even understand it. Babies attached to their mothers. They believe their mothers are part of their body for the longest time. It's quite a real phenomenon. It's fascinating. And they don't understand hunger. They cry. They understand discomfort. They know satisfaction. But even they wouldn't call it these things. They simply know the existence of nerves and how the sensations raise all over their body and deal with everything. The body without organs, as it slowly develops and names are given, the first things distributed on the body without organs are races, cultures, and their gods, the things that they idealize, the things that they place at the top. These are the things pushed on all of us from birth. The fact is overlooked that the schizo indeed participates in history. He doesn't stand outside of it, as Plastic Pills has already said. He doesn't move between it. He hallucinates and raves universal history, a history that is universal, and he proliferates the races. That's what this sentence means. Now enjoy it as it's butchered.
Delirium is racial, which does not necessarily mean racist. So Deleuze and Guattari's problem with psychoanalysis is that it claims to be listening to the words of its patients, the analysans. But really, what they do is ignore everything except what can relate to family dynamics, thus God equals father. But this misses all the creative boundary crossing that's happening right in front of their face.
This is not at all what they're talking about, and this is not at all what is in this book. In any capacity, like at all. Guattari did not treat schizophrenics and go, how amazing is this boundary crossing? God, this guy's great. He was terrified for them.
In this Schraber case. That's right. Oedipus is completely useless, as the schizophrenic has escaped the mommy-daddy triangle.
I mean, the way he's using this as a point to cap off what he's saying is absolutely absurd. The schizophrenic escapes the mommy, daddy, me triangle, certainly. But not in like a positive way. It's not positive.
I don't know if I'd go so far as to say that. That's their words, not mine. So here's another example.
You don't understand the
Common
words
delusion
anyway.
For schizophrenics is that someone's listening in on their thoughts. And that's crossing another boundary, the social and the mind.
All right. I need help. I don't believe they make reference to this anywhere in any of their writing. I don't think they make reference to this type of thing anywhere in anything they wrote at any point. And I actually don't even know how I would begin to ask about this or to look it up. How would I even begin? Where would I start? I'm going to try and Google. There's nothing. Nothing there. Yeah, there's nothing. This is not in... There's nowhere in DNG's work that I can find where aprenoic behavior, which is someone looking into their thoughts, is there. The paranoiac's there, reactionaries are there, fascising is there. The paranoiac who's afraid of the world and applies that to their family, but this would not be the schizophrenic.
Sometimes they believe themselves to be messianic figures or the opposite gender temporarily. Sometimes their organs belong to a different race or they disappear entirely. See, all of this is inside the body, outside the body, in world history, in the social, in the mind. And there's utility here, and that's which there's no identity to which this creativity is affixed because it's always moving. Deleuze and Guattari would be adamantly...
Wow. Dark Guana says, I know you talked about how DNG understood schizophrenia, but the confusion between what we call today schizophrenia and autism is present in AO, or did they distinguish? Schizophrenia was a giant umbrella diagnosis at the time, so it's all of it as a thing. So when they write about it, they're writing about all of it. But again, what we are specifically talking about, schizophrenics, the people who talking to themselves as they walk down the street kind of thing, or who have like leaps, or he was showing video of someone who's like, I am Jesus and all that. Like they write, that's part of it. But again, all of these things, it's kind of a big deal and it's tough. So it's, and again, when we talk about schizophrenic, we're trying not to talk about whole bodies or idealize like the entirety of a thing. DNG primarily are speaking of the schizophrenic machine or the paranoiac machine, and these other elements. So when we talk about, like the paranoiac machine, which sounds like a good time to stop, it probably is a fair point. The way that desire and social production sort of operates is there's a desire, and desiring machines is partial objects connecting, right? And then disconnecting. The machine as it goes is producing necessarily like other partial, like parts of things are produced. There's no whole body that's made inside of desiring production as a thing. And desire is sort of producing constantly. So when you have like an investment or a desire socially, that's desire being invested socially in a thing, you end up with this place where desire kind of wants to invest, like desire Like, it wants is the wrong word, but desire is invested in it and trying to go to it. And the thing of what that's happening is because it doesn't connect to the full thing because there's not a full thing there. A social machine is just the idea of it. There's a repulsion that's felt. A paranoiac response happens there where, again, paranoiac is, again, psychoanalytic term. Don't just run with it as a thing. But that setup puts us in a place where we're talking about a paranoiac. The schizophrenic machine, as another one, these things play in these very unique ways. But what ends up happening is the paranoiac machine ultimately begins working and investing and creates territorialities, basically, as it's working in mass. Paranoiac machines are part of that process that create territorialities that desiring production invests in, which continues the process. It's segregative, it's paranoiac, and again, through the sort of classic way that it's working. So it's about repelling flows and investments of connection while enforcing others. It's about the binary of the disjunctive, the exclusive disjunctive in the process of desiring production. It's more complex than that. And again, it would have to be an entire stream, but that's much closer. This is nonsense. Again, still, this is fucking absurd. This is just the worst shit.
Imposed to identity politics for this reason. To commit to an identity is to have your desire captured and encircled by the state or by capitalism. And as a minority, then, you have accepted the state's definition of you and
Need to hear that again.
To an identity is to have your desire captured and encircled by the state or by capitalism. And as a minority, then, you have accepted the state's definition of you and
I mean, as a majority, too. What?
Become a statistic or a demographic.
Wow.
That is, you become molar.
I mean, this is why it's dangerous when people like this use these words and they talk. And again, it's just bad. It's just bad. There's a disservice that's being done to anyone who sees this and watches this, because they're going to come away with an absolutely broken and misapprehended nightmare of bullshit when it comes to what Anti-Oedipus is about. I won't say I'm 100% right and an expert, but I can tell you goddamn that this ain't fucking it. Like, this ain't fucking it. Molar is not... Okay. You don't become molar by how the state defines you. The molar is in juxtaposition to the molecular, but they are not different things. There isn't a becoming molar or becoming molecular that is in opposition. The molar is a regime of existence that is in opposition to the molar in the molecular because of how it works. It comes from the scientific term mole. The mole is a bunch of shit. I'm not going to go into specifically what it is, but there's a problem with chemistry. We have a molecule, and I need another molecule to make another molecule, right? I got these two things, and I want to make a third, but I can't like hold molecules. I need 5 molecules of this and 6 molecules of this, and together that makes 1 molecule of this other complicated thing. I can't just go get 5 of this and 6 of this because they're molecules. It's very small. They're very small. They're very small. It's tough to buy a molecule. So instead, what we do is we have a unit that allows us to buy, I know the number insomnia, but it's not the number is almost irrelevant to the discussion. I need enough that I can go a mole of this versus a mole of that. And I can get 2 moles of this, 1 mole of this, whatever it is, because you can buy large quantities of things. But the large quantities aren't different than the molecules. If I have a mole of carbon and I have an atom of carbon, 1 single molecule, I don't have different things. I have different regimes of things. The carbon's the same. How it interacts, though, it does different things on those large numbers. The large numbers, the statistical aggregates, the molar, the interaction of things is different than at the molecular. And that interaction, that process is kind of the big fucking deal here. So when you say that if you allow the state to define you, you become molar, hate to break it to you, you're molar. You're molar. You're a bunch of shit put together. I mean, he's just a bunch of shit put together. But the very nature of this is just talking about the fact that actually at the source of it, you're talking about the molecular desiring machines, or the molar, which is the collectivity of desiring machines. If we're talking about you as a person, it's molar. You can be becoming molecular. Sure, we can talk about that. Becoming molar, but you don't become molar. That's, again, misusing the term becoming. Like, it's, again, every sentence in this is wrong. We're 20 minutes in. I've been going for almost 4 fucking hours. That's how fucking awful this is. It's every goddamn sentence is just wrong. And I'm trying. I'm really trying.
Becoming minor means you always elude the state. And to
Oh, fuck. The Kafka shit. Okay. Becoming minor does not mean you always elude the state. I'm going to let him talk for a minute because this is shit, but we'll get there.
become minor, you need to follow the schizo. Okay, what does this boundary crossing look like? Well, this depends on what you're doing.
All right. If you are going to explain Anti-Edipus by going into 1,000 Plateaus, you failed explaining Anti-Edipus. If you explain 1,000 Plateaus to people, and you're not doing it in a sort of large-scale, deeply explanatory fact-based thing, here's what these words mean, here's how this works, but you're trying to explain what 1,000 Plateaus or mid-plateau is about, you failed. You failed. This part gets to me because this is about the becoming a minor in literature on Kafka that they wrote, and it's a phenomenal book. And if you like Kafka, which I really, really, really like Kafka, this gouges at your heart.
They tried it as writers. And you can see the result here. This is the table of contents from 1,000 Plateaus, which creates an assemblage of concepts from...
You can see it here. Yes. A table of contents that is visually and organized identically in every single way to Anti-Oedipus and actually most books. Because this is not... I thought it was a good comment, August, but yeah, fair.
From literature,
it is,
psychoanalysis, history, science, art, etc. They're happy, intentionally going all over the place. And Guattari...
if you think that Anti-Oedipus doesn't have science, art, and all this other shit put together, hate to break it to you, you didn't read the fucking book.
Explains why. The psychoanalysts have their own cooking utensils, and the politicians have their own, etc. The necessity to re-examine this division is not born from some concern for eclectism, and it does not necessarily lead to some sort of confusion. The same way that it is not due to confusion that a schizophrenic jumps from one register to the next.
I genuinely... This quote from Guattari is actually really beautiful. The psychoanalysts have their own tools. The politicians have their own. The necessity to re-examine this division is not born from a concern for the eclectic. It does not lead to a confusion. The same way it is not due to confusion that schizophrenic jumps from one tool to another. This is, as I was saying, but I want to find the source of this quote now. Let's do it. Let's do it. Psychoanalysts have their own cooking. It's the same interview, isn't it? This is from Desert Island and Other Texts. Wonderful. Wonderful. No, that's up there. So this piece, let's do it. Fuck it. I don't care. This is just like, we're just going to jump in. Boop, boop. Okay. Let me see if I can zoom in. That will be helpful, probably. Come on. Wow. You won't let me scroll down. Pain in the ass. So, he's being asked here about the tools. Politicians have their own is not in the text that I have. The hyphenate. Again, if you weren't here, he mistyped body without organs as body with their organs because he clearly has a grasp of concepts in Anti-Oedipus. So, let's not expect a lot out of this guy. Do you think linguistic studies can contribute something to the interpretation of schizophrenic language? Guattari answers. Linguistics is a rapidly expanding science, still very much in search of itself. You sometimes see an abusive use of concepts, too hastily employed, given that they're still being formulated. There's one particular notion we felt it's necessary to rethink, the signifier. We believe the notion poses several problems in different linguistics. Perhaps the signifier is less problematic for psychoanalysis, but as far as we're concerned, we think it needs further development. Faced with the problems of contemporary society, we have to be in a position to question the traditional culture which has been divided up, so to speak, among the human sciences, scientism, a fashionable word for a while now, and political responsibility. Especially after May 68, a revision of this separation seems important and necessary. From this perspective, until recently, the various disciplines have enjoyed a kind of autonomy. The psychoanalysts have their own cooking utensils, the politicians have their own, etc. The necessity to re-examine this division is not born from some concern for eclecticism, does not necessarily lead to some sort of confusion. The same way that it is not due to confusion that a schizophrenic jumps from one register to the next. It is the reality he finds himself confronted with that drives him to it. That literally it's the next sentence is my point. Fucking amazing that he cuts it off. It is the reality he finds himself confronted with that drives him to it. The schizophrenic, confronted with the reality, drives himself to finding new registers. Because the separation of these things is meaningless except in the extreme levels of delirium. The schizophrenic process doesn't allow for the totalities of whole bodies. The universal history, the reason that I can't claim the Holocaust as my history is because I have ascribed to the idea that I'm not Jewish. I'm not German. In fact, I don't have a lot of, my grandfather was involved on the other side of the American War. They were American Marine and American Air Force guy. This is my history. Why? Because I ascribe to that popular notion, this dogmatic image of thought of how these things go. So when I talk about races and I talk about history, I'm only able to talk about my own history. I certainly can't say that I have empathy or I've experienced in any semblance of ways what it means to be Jewish today. Dear Lord, I certainly cannot claim such a thing because I'm not part of that. But the schizophrenic doesn't have that. They don't ascribe to these totalities, whole bodies, or other elements. These things that are the first on the body without organs for us that are placed there, the schizophrenic just wears billions of them on its chest and it moves as necessary. It can become Jewish as he needs to. He can become German as he needs to. He might be Nazi. He might be fucking Indian. He might be Native American. He could be Aboriginal. He moves as he needs by the reality he is confronted with. And their point of this section is, by the way, the only thing stopping us is our attraction to these divisions, and in fact, we need to reassess these things. Schizophrenic, without any epistemological guarantee, so to speak, sticks closely to reality. This reality causes him to move from one level to the next, from a questioning of semantics and syntax to the revision of the themes of history, etc. Well, from this perspective, people in the human sciences and in politics should, in a sense, go a little schizo, and not to embrace that illusory image which the schizophrenic gives us when he is trapped in repression, according to which he is supposedly autistic, withdrawn into himself. There's the fucking line, by the way, for any of you people who are asking. It's one of many times. According to which he is supposedly autistic, withdrawn into himself, etc. On the contrary, to have the same ability to embrace all the disciplines together. In the aftermath of May 68, the question is precisely this. Either we attempt to unify our comprehension of phenomena such as, I don't know, bureaucratization in political organizations or bureaucratization in state capitalism, with our comprehension of distant and disparate phenomena such as, for example, obsession or the descriptions given by repetitive autism, or else, if we stick to the idea that things are separate, that each of us is a specialist and should mind his own business while making advances in his field, explosions that totally escape our powers of description and comprehension, from a political as well as anthropological point of view, will nonetheless show up in the world. In this sense, the point of calling into question the division of various disciplines, as well as the self-satisfaction of psychoanalysts, linguistics, ethnologists, and teachers of pedagogy, is not the dissolution of these sciences. The point is to refit these sciences so they better measure up to their object of inquiry. A whole line of research conducted prior to May 68 by some small privileged groups suddenly found itself at the center of debate, and that spring, institutional revolution was the order of the day. Psychoanalysts are increasingly interpolated in public discourse. They have been forced to broaden their discipline. The same goes for psychiatrists. This is a totally new phenomenon. What does it mean? Is it a fad? Or as some in the political sphere contend, is it a way of diverting militant revolutionaries from their objectives? But is it not rather a call, however confused, for a profound revision of conceptualization as it is practiced today? I like my Guattari. I'm a sucker for him. He has, and I'm saying this with all love, you'll find some Guattari, and it's generally when he's talking, because he's incredibly eloquent. When he writes, he makes, like, he's so dense with what he's trying to say, and it's very difficult to parse sometimes. Other times it's stunning and lyrical. He goes far, it's far, like, Deleuze doesn't have a range, for me at least. Everyone else has their own experience. But for me, Deleuze tends to be in that same realm of how Deleuze writes. You can kind of almost recognize it. Guattari, there are things like, oh God, some of his like shit is in 3 ecology, extraordinary, beautiful fucking prose. But then you go read some of his other shit, you're like, oh God, what? For me, I find it difficult. But here is, this is a lot of stuff, by the way. Did Bro say only Jews can feel bad about the Holocaust? Even only Christians were part of it. Why isn't the Holocaust a part of being Christian? I mean, okay. If you thought that's what I was saying as a determined thing, that I believe that, let me introduce you to myself. I don't believe any such thing. In fact, I believe that it's possible for there to be a universal history, that people are able to experience it in a lot of different ways, and that very few people today who claim it as their sadness and as their pain, it is theirs. Most people, they live with the historical realities and the material conditions that live on from it differently than I do. But what we are and who we are is a historically determined thing. But the stories of history are what we're told. Oh, the guy I read. I mean, yeah, I've read that a lot. I've read that a lot, actually, that the Holocaust is a Jewish thing. I very much have read that. Oh yeah, I've been told that. I've had people, after my Philosophy Tube video, and that shit started going. The entire Philosophy Tube community apparently showed up and started making comments. You can find them. I left them up because I find them insane. Calling me anti-trans across the board. And it's hilarious given that I don't like, I so couldn't be opposite. But again, I am opposed to a very particular form of trans identity. And it's the same one that I find as the cis identity. The idea that anyone is a thing or that we were born a thing, I find at its base repulsive. We all should be accepted to be whatever we are, be where you are, be what you are. And I don't give a shit. No one should. And we should accept people as they're going and as they're becoming, because I don't know what I am. Still, I'm 44, barely know that. I have a better idea based on my past, and you can feel free to judge me for that. But at this moment, I am a fucking line. I am a vector. I'm many vectors, far too complicated, as are you. And it's beautiful the way that these vectors are going. Some of them are going towards men. Some of them are women. I wear nail polish and I have pink fucking hair. I shave it though, and I have a really masculine beard, and I'm a big giant guy with fucking big muscles, and you don't want to get in a fist fight with me. It's a bad day for anyone who does. Or it's a bad day for me. I've had to get my nose rebuilt because I busted in so many times. What am I? I am vectors. We are vectors at best. And to be told otherwise is just so gross. But that's Guattari, as he's going through this and as he's talking, he's like, we need to understand that we have to, and his go a little schizo. And that's what plastic pills is attached to. This is the thing he's attached to, is this line. Oh, he was go a little schizo, but he's not, he literally follows it up, not to embrace that illusory image which the schizophrenic gives us when he is trapped in repression, according to which he is supposedly autistic and withdrawn into himself. Like literally, it's the opposite. It is the opposite.
So you can see the intention here. It is the reality he finds himself confronted with that drives.
Seems like I'm really attached to my height. I am what I am. I mean, I debated on getting leg shortening, but it didn't work out.
Him to do it. Well, from this perspective, people in the human sciences and in politics should, in a sense, go a little schizo, to have the same ability to embrace all the disciplines together. That is, of course, to not get stuck in camps. The creative subject imitates the desire of schizophrenic delirium. Boundaries and disciplines are nothing to it. They are collapsed. It has no inside, no organs. It's an...
That is not... A schizophrenic is not someone without organs. So a body without organs... Oh my God.
Intensity purely on the plane of immanence. And that's the nomad. In contrast...
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. That's like 9 things in a sentence. It's insane. Let's do this.
Disciplines are nothing to it. They are...
Okay. Stuck in camps. It's not stuck in camps. That's the thing. It's stuck in disciplines that Guattari is talking about, but he's talking about how tools in those disciplines are actually being captured in it. It's a big deal for Guattari as he's talking about it, because he's not about, and by the way, he says literally in the text, and we can see that, it's not about obliterating any of those sciences. He says this just to mention, it's not the obliteration of the camps. Right here. It is not the dissolution of these sciences. The dissolution, the obliteration of camps. It's not that. The point is to refit these sciences so they better measure up to their object of inquiry. Again, he attached to the line because he basically searched for go a little schizo. I get, like, he probably just hit Control F, go a little schizo, and off he goes. He's like, oh, this is that thing. And it's not, because he's saying in a sense. Actually, I'm curious, did he...
Collapse of schizophrenics together.
Yeah.
That is, of course, to not get stuck in camps. The creative subject.
It is not, actually, because, again, he's not saying that one scientist should, like, move around freely. Like, disciplines are a thing. And Guattari is not obliterating sciences. He explicitly is saying that. Again, the going a little schizo is about utilizing tools and understanding how these things can work.
Imitates the desire of schizophrenic delirium.
Schizophrenic delirium doesn't have a desire. There's no such thing as a schizophrenic delirium. Delirium is a post-subject thing. The schiz, or the schizophrenic process, as they're talking about, is pre-personal, and has to do with pre-personal, pre-individuated desire. And that freeing as a thing isn't just like deciding to do that. It's fucking wild. It doesn't want.
Boundaries and disciplines are nothing to it.
Boundaries and disciplines are nothing to a schizophrenic because they don't exist in the schizophrenic process, because they're whole bodies, because they're an organization and honestly, an exclusive disjunction inside of the syntheses. The nature of the segregative process is a thing that schizophrenic still does have, by the way, and it does exist for, but it plays different. It plays different. And so when he says go a little schizo, he's not saying, and he goes out of his way to really defer this, but of course, Plastic Pills doesn't even fucking read that.
They are collapsed. It has no inside, no organs.
Okay. Schizophrenics still have organs. The concept of the body without organs is famously from Artaud, a famous schizophrenic, who said that only once he's freed of his organs and becomes a body without organs can he be free. The organs are the determined processes, not the determined ends. There's a difference.
It's an intensity purely on the plane of immanence.
No.
It has no inside, no organs. It's an intensity purely on the plane of immanence.
No. An intensity on the plane of immanence. I mean, this is nonsense at this point, but I'm trying to make my best of it. The desire of the schizophrenic delirium, the boundaries and disciplines are nothing to it. They become collapsed. The creative subject is an intensity then purely on the plane of immanence. This is what he's writing. This is what he said. This is what's in the text as he's said it and what he's written. And it is not accurate. The subject is not the intensity ever on the plane of immanence. And the subject would not even, that's just...
And that's the nomad.
The nomad is not on the plane of immanence.
In contrast to the state specialist, another new character in Deleuze and Guattari's philosophy. I'm not going to tell you what to do, and I never tell anyone what to do. But this is an interesting way to reconsider the social field. So here it is. It's an offering. These days, and I spend an unfortunate amount of time on the internet, so I know this, but these days people are all trying to make themselves specialists within boundaries of their field. I speak as a socialist.
If you don't think Deleuze and Guattari were both trying to become specialists in their field, I don't even understand what you think about these people.
I speak for the socialist community, so to speak. I speak as an anarchist. I speak for the gay community. I speak for the black community. As a blank...
Yeah, August. The body without organs doesn't have intensity. Quite literally, the body without organs is a zone of zero intensity. It is death. It's a death drive. Body without organs. Zero intensity. This is how insanely shit this is. It's incredible.
Here's what we say. Now, as soon as you speak as an identity, you have stopped becoming that identity.
Okay. Once you speak as an identity, you stop becoming that identity. Wow.
And the risk is then you're stuck. Then your community becomes a demographic for capital interests.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, no. What the fuck in the fuck? Like, this has nothing to do with the fucking book Anti-Oedipus at all.
Including politics as a voting bloc. Revolutionaries and nomads do not speak to the state. They seek to subvert it.
No, that's not true either. That's actually quite the point of Anti-Oedipus, is that seeking to subvert the state is literally about building against the state. A negative image of a thing is still an image of a thing. It's just a negative image of it. So the idea that a revolutionary would subvert the state only to replicate it again is the problem.
Creatively. As you can guess, here's where capitalism and schizoanalysis come in as sort of
Here's where they come in?
opposing forces.
Capitalism and schizophrenia are not opposing forces at all. What? Did we make it this far? I know we did this video before. I feel like I did not know this was where this was going to go.
Politics as this I speak as a blank to the state is actually useless, and it's made useless by capitalism. Capitalism is a channeling machine, and it has no opinion of you or your identity. In fact, it decodes your identity and whichever community you identify with.
I wonder what process would be decoding. Could it be the schizophrenic process that you said is opposed to capitalism? Could it be that? Maybe?
Capital growth goes wherever it wants.
Does that guy who's being reviewed ever mention him? Who cares if he has academic qualifications? I don't have any academic qualifications. Academic qualifications don't work for this. Like, it doesn't matter. I've heard people who are incredibly well learned say absolutely dumb shit about every philosopher who exists. The thing to understand is that you need to kind of go with and read primary sources, spend time with it, and then read multiple secondary. If you want to actually get to a point where you're like spending time understanding these thinkers, it takes a lot of effort. You're not going to do it in a book. You're not going to do it in a fucking guide to. You're not going to do it in 3 books. You got to spend time on it. You got to spend time to think. He says he has a PhD in philosophy and teaches at a university. This stream is making me just so fucking Joker pilled on the fucking destruction of the Department of Education at this point. Like, this is someone who teaches PhD level at a university. Fuck.
Over borders, into computers, creating value here and destroying it elsewhere. Capitalism is a flow that decodes what we would call...
Capitalism is not a flow. Capital is the socius. Capitalism is not a flow or a flux at all. It's a delirium. You stupid ass. You took it from the fucking essay. You took the fucking quote from an essay called Capitalism, a very special delirium. It's not a flow. It's not a flow. They never say that it's a flow.
Tradition, mores, and
Fuck.
into computers, creating value. It decodes your identity and whichever community you identify with. Capital growth goes wherever it wants. Over borders, into computers, creating value here and destroying it elsewhere.
I mean, that's not Anti-Oedipus. This is just saying shit.
Capitalism is a flow
Nope.
that decodes what we would call
Through a process called schizophrenization.
tradition, mores, and identities.
Codes. Decodes codes. Decodes codes. Decodes things that are codes. Codes. The identities made by capital are not codes. So you don't decode identities within capital. They're axiomatized.
This is exciting in a way because it does the same thing as schizophrenic thought, which also...
No, this is not why it's exciting. What's exciting, here's the good side of capitalism. I'm just going to let you know there's a good side. There's actually a lot of good things in capital. And this is the reality of why leftism as a thing has continually failed, because the very, very simple version of saying capitalism bad and not understanding what capitalism is or how it functions, at even a rudimentary level, basically means that you're never going to be able to speak to people about how the world functions, just an idealized way that's not materialist. Again, Marxism-Leninism is kind of, to be lazy about it, the easiest way to sort of shit on that. And I tend to be able to pretty easily. Prior to capital, as a thing, when you were born, you died the way you were born, where you were born, how you were born. Your life was determined by your social position in every single way. Same with the primitive spaces. There is not a way that someone made their way into self-actualizing or whatever. They didn't value things in the same way at all, in any capacity. We exist in a time where our desire which usually is coded, hard-coded, socially coded, or over-coded by the despot, is broken down. We have blacksmiths, but blacksmithing isn't really the same thing as it used to be. Go watch videos in places where it's still done in a traditional way, or where factories work in very, very ancient traditional ways. Horrifying conditions where people were born into mining, and that's what they did, and they die. It's just awful. Capitalism looked at all of that. Because of how it works, it looked for the most efficient way to do it. And because of how it incentivizes investment and how it works, the efficient nature of that broke apart what blacksmithing was, or mining was, or these other things, and continues to break them down over time. We actually tend to be in a really weird place where things are breaking down, and our desire is not determined socially in the same way. Not at all. However, capitalism, well, freeing desire, does a second thing, and it creates a series of axiomatized limits. And these limits, well, constantly being pushed out as new things are found that are supposedly freeing desire and tend to, it immediately recaptures and reterritorializes that position. So when we have the internet, which will be the future of allowing people to communicate and will shift everything and will allow us to be working from home. No one got to work from home on the internet until the fucking quarantine. That isn't a thing, despite being completely reasonable. And we proved it was completely reasonable in a lot of ways. And lo and behold, after the quarantine, we've shown that it's reasonable. We have the internet, but now they're making us go back to work, and the government forced us because they need that for commercial realities. That capital has this constant push of new breaking and old begging us back. That tension is the repression of capital. It is the way that the schizophrenic process, breaking things down, continually being able to remake, that's freeing desire, that's allowing us to change what it means to be a husband, a dad, a man, a woman, a girl, a teacher, anything. Breaking apart. Capitalism's what is shattering all of that. The schizophrenic is what is shattering all that. The process is freeing desire, but it's being immediately captured by the axiomatized systems and images within capital to be perverted and shifted and brought back on itself to desire its own repression. That setup as a thing changes how we work. It's an entire thing. Push and pull. Well, Gingaris, the example you give, it's one of my favorites recently. We have to keep cashiers. We got self-checkouts, but self-checkouts and the companies behind them, because of how their systems worked, the self-checkouts could have, if you think of it this way, and I'll get to my example, the self-checkouts actually freed up those people who would have been doing that job for labor for other work and non-determined work. But the companies that made them are so fucked by the same system that it's so expensive to keep those machines up that they're actually unprofitable for the companies that use them. This is a real thing that's happening. So Walmart and other companies are getting rid of self-checkouts and replacing them with cashiers because it's not as efficient because of the same problems on the other side of things. It's kind of incredible. So the way to think of it is, let's say we had a farm, let's presume capitalism's a system. We got a farm, 100 of us are on there. We've all got different jobs. Me and three or four of us, we're egg people. That's our job, is eggs, not the chickens, just eggs. We take care of the coop, make sure things are good, get the chickens fed, but we don't kill the chickens. We just eggs. That's our thing. And we one day start working on a machine that does our job mostly for us. All we have to do is get up, press a button at the beginning of the day. I then can spend the rest of my day doing whatever. I don't have to spend the 9 hours of doing, shit with eggs. I can do the entire thing. Same with everyone else. Here's the question. What do? Do we find ways to split the rest of the work that's needed amongst us that's still at the farm? That could be reasonable. That machine then would basically be able to save all of us a little bit of time. And we could make another machine for the cows, make another machine for these things, and shift and build where these things go. And it would have to be specialized. We'd have to be working on all this stuff. But eventually we get to the point where there's like 2 people who push 2 buttons and kind of everything else gets done on the farms. And we have productivity at that level where suddenly it's like, what do? Capitalism doesn't want us to just enjoy that reality of our labor. Whereas once we could make a living, and the term make a living has changed. Once upon a time, it meant make a living by actually making all of your stuff on your homestead or your farm 100 years ago. Making a living now means buying a living, buying it with capital, because we decided, yeah, sure, we can do all that stuff and simplify. But the reality is the people who own those machines and the people who owned our farm, they don't need us living there anymore. We're eating all their food. They could be selling it to other people. So they fire us, except for the guy who presses the button. That's capitalism. That's the difference. It's good. We don't have to spend all day fucking pulling cows' tits and fucking with eggs and having chicken shit all over our feet because we have all these systems and things. But no, we're not allowed to do that. We're not allowed to do that. We're not allowed to do that. It's a shame. Am I saying capitalists produces a specific form of schizophrenia? No. Their argument is less that capitalism produces a specific form of schizophrenia. It's that the schizophrenic reveals to us the process of meaning generation that exists. And from this, we can actually tease out and build out the ontological system which reveals the production of capital. And yes, capital cannot work without labor. But that's kind of also the point, is where does labor go? Well, as soon as you have the ability to have an investor come in, I invest in a pizza place. And let's say I buy a pizza place and 2 of you work for me and we are able to do that and we can sustain for a while. I'm not a capitalist. I own a business. It's not capitalism yet. I take the money that we get at the end of the month after everything, and I take that profit, I put it in the bank, and I do this all year. And then with that money, I buy another pizza place and I hire people to work there, and then another and another. And I do this year after year. After 5 years, I have 10 pizza places. Everyone's working there and I'm not working at all. And I'm taking money and I'm making money from everything, from all of you. And I'm taking that and I'm investing it elsewhere. That process is capitalism. And that investment and that return on investment, where you're talking about the nature of currency being alive and the living embodiment of wage and the living embodiment of labor. I'm taking your labor and investing it and turning it into more labor that I can then invest elsewhere. This is capitalism. Very different. Very different. But again, he's
also
get back to this
ignores
shit.
boundaries, and it goes where it wants. But capitalism has one limitation from which it can never escape: the profit motive. Once it identifies you, it's going to try to channel your desire, usually as a demographic representative.
Nope. No. Once it finds you, it's going to channel your desire. No. The profit, capital doesn't give a fuck about you. Literally in Anti-Edipus. Capital doesn't give a shit about repression. If you didn't know, it's in the book. Capital doesn't. Capital doesn't give a fuck about repression. The social order Social order. The state. Those in power. The nature of fiat currency or currency produced by a state. Capitalism is all of these things. Capital doesn't give a fuck about repressing. The social order does. Capitalism as a system overall utilizes the family and psychoanalytic thought and representation to keep people in order, to keep repression in place, so that way they can maintain the system. Capitalism doesn't give a fuck about you.
As an identity.
Nope.
It will create needs for you. Here's what you want. Here's how to look. Here's your 5-year plan. Here's what's wrong with you. And here are your meds.
Again, D&G were perfectly fine with medicating. So he's going to keep saying that because it gets, I mean, he's clearly playing to a very particular crowd with this. And people who are skeptical. But that's, the reality is that's, as much as it's unpopular to say, you're one step away from being anti-vax. It's bullshit.
Capital captures for profit.
That's not true.
Now, this can be a bit overwhelming, but it also demonstrates that there's a limit to capitalism. And that's our advantage in resistance, to become other than ourselves.
That's just fucking word salad.
So, becoming schizo, becoming minor, becoming nomadic. This is...
So, just so you know, everything he's talking about perfectly fits in with capital and doesn't give a shit. None of these things work against capital in any capacity, in any way, and D&G are very clear about that. It's this is just simply not true, and capitalism's fine with this. Go be nomadic. They go at length about the nature of the schizophrenic at the edges, or how capitalism has non-productive parts that are very much built in. The scientific community, the nature of I mean, Klosowski's living currency goes into this. D&G go into this. When you build a factory is filled with waste because you don't start like with a product. You have to practice. You have to try things. You have to fuck up. There's experimentation. Experimentation is waste. Experimentation is done by the schizophrenic, the edge, the autistic, the whatever it is. A fantastic documentary on this that Roger had turned me on to that I fucking fell in love with is the Pez Outlaw. Pez Outlaw is the story of this guy who's a fucking minority. As far as becoming minor goes, he is that, and he is absolutely mentally non-normative. And what he did is he saw Pez were selling for a lot, especially rare ones. And so he orchestrated a plan to go to the international Pez factory, because this was before a time when people weren't really smuggling stuff, there was America Pez, and then there was the rest of the world. And he went to rest of the world Pez because shit wasn't really transported across country very often. And he went to them and he basically paid them to make counterfeit versions of the very rarest American Pez dispensers. And they totally fucking did it. And he went with a big fucking duffel bag. He filled it with these goddamn things, brought it back in. The movie's amazing. 100% worth watching. I'm spoiling it. I don't really care. On the way back in, it's one of my favorite scenes in the movie is he stopped at Customs, and Customs pulls out the book. If you didn't know, every country has deals with the U.S. government. Every company, they go, here are the people allowed to import our stuff, because you can't just have people bringing in bags of shit of yours from another country. You have deals, you have licensing requirements, you have geolocated and geofenced sort of sales orgs. You've got to do this, and Pez had this, but they didn't actually name anyone as the sole importer. They fucked up in their book. And the guy checks like 3 times and he's like, I guess you can come in. And he did, brought all those in. And then lo and behold, the Pez company is furious. They were fucking mad. Mad. They're so mad. What did they do? They began producing the rare versions of the Pez here in America. Taking his business plan and what he was doing. They showed, the movie's about how the schizophrenic, the autistic, the non-normative, the edges of things. Capitalism's fine with you doing whatever you want. It'll invent new rules and find ways to deal with it and then recapture, not desire. That's not it. Recapture itself. It will create axioms for you for anything. It's amazing. So when he's talking about this, capitalism doesn't give a fuck about the schizo or the nomadic. It wants you to do that. It wants you to do that. Do those things. It will invent new axioms for you. Becoming minority, these things do not stop. Yeah, Pez Outlaw, the Pez Outlaw. Phenomenal fucking movie. Great documentary. Like genuinely wonderful. We did a watching of it in the DGQC after it came out. It's a phenomenal movie. But all he's saying here, this is a huge load of shit. This is not an anti-Oedipus at all. And this is the opposite of it.
This is the mode of escape, whether it's as an artist, writer, musician, or most importantly...
boy, I can't think of any group that's never had capital take it over like artists and musicians.
As a political subject.
Yeah, how's Kanye West doing, you stupid shit?
This has, by the way, both revolutionary and fascist potential. Nazism, for example, crosses and folds the social field by drawing on mythological histories, race science, and divine destinies in the theories of Alfred Rosenberg, for example. But there's also a revolutionary potential in a schizoanalytic. Virtual...
It's just nonsense garbage. No, Emberg, it's not just you. He is saying nonsense that has nothing to do with the books he's speaking of in any capacity.
Desiring machines. There are tons of examples in Deleuze's Schizoanalysis, both in Anti-Oedipus and Thousand Plateaus, but they were written in the 70s, so I think they're not going to have the same.
You want to understand how badly he understands these things? He's about to try to give an example of an artist that is anti-capital. He's going to use the Native Tongues Collective, which is the literal hyper-capitalization of African heritage in the worst way. It's one of the most capitalized rap, music, whatever fucking projects that's ever been done. It's an insane garbage that he uses this as an example. It's fucking insane.
Resonance with us, probably. So that's why I'm going to offer you here a different example for you, one that emerges adjacent to the beating heart of capitalism in New York City. Final section. To be honest, I'm surprised you're still here. Thanks. I hope you're having fun. I'm getting a little sweaty. Now, the Native Tongues Collective is a small movement from the late 80s and early 90s, but it follows the schizo line of deterritorialization.
It doesn't follow the schizo line of deterritorialization in any capacity.
Uniting history, both real and mythical, art, music, and style in a movement of identity creation. It also, I think, serves as a productive model for political resistance.
It doesn't. Don't do that.
It was all part of us searching for our identity as people of color, as Black and Latino people. Well, who are we really, you know? Because it wasn't enough for us to just have our own culture during that time called hip hop. We were like, wait a minute, why don't we embrace where we came?
If you asked me, how would you use terms from Anti-Oedipus about the Native Tongues Collective? I would use reterritorialization. Quite literally. I would say it's reterritorialization. Like the nature of capital which deterritorializes at large, the reterritorialization of the Afrocentric particular way that like A Tribe Called Quest or De La Soul or Jungle Brothers came about, and what they did is so decidedly reterritorializing by capital that it's hard for me to even talk about them as a semblance of resistance as a thing. They were what brought hip hop to the mainstream. I'm not saying they're not good. This is not a critique of them as not being good. I listen to them. They're fucking jamming. Like, I like De La Soul. I will always like De La Soul. I don't give a fuck. Tribe Called Quest has some bangers. But, hello, do you see this? This is my white middle-class America face. I bought their CDs at Best Buy. This is, how are you doing? I don't know. No one I know, I would say, is like, don't even, it's, let me be very specific. Native Tongues Collective worked the way Will Smith worked. And Will Smith, I will argue this. Will Smith is a deeply underrated rapper. I believe this. I think to have the number of number one hits that he had and beats that he used and the way that he went, I think he had a lot of really good shit. Is he one of the greatest of all time? No. But he certainly is one of the people who brought rap to mainstream. Native Tongues Collective was that. FD Signifier can leer as hard as he wants at me. That's perfectly fine. I know my position in this thing. I'm one of those people who at my high school reunion, when they played DMX, no one had issues saying all the words and yelling them. And there were no black people. So that's the way that works. It sucks. But Native Tongues Collective, they actually, in their raps, took the sting out of hip-hop culture. They made it about this sort of African mythology, back-end, historical, cultural, real world. They took the guts out of rap. They took the heart out of harder, sting, sort of the culture of that at the time. It's not me that's saying this. This is a thing. I'm not the only person who's written about this. This is a thing that people have spoken about, and people, again, I'm saying they're good. I like them. But the reality is that they made hip hop palatable for consumers. That's what they existed to do. There's a reason that their look and the way they went and the music videos they had were as big as they went. Now, how capitalism captures naturally desire, the way that it would work is about the relentless commodification of everything, countered with a reaction that finds and restores meanings and values in these things. You could argue very quickly that early hip hop and rap was almost nihilist. Very much. I think you could very much argue that. But the rebranding of it, the reterritorializing of it within Capital to give it value and meaning. This is the problem. This is why it's reterritorialization. Like that's the challenge. It's, this is a thing that happens a lot. And again, I say this as someone who I dig their music. I think it's good, but to call it the deterritorialization process is simply insane. Like, even the stuff that they did that was changing or game changing for hip hop was momentarily not within Capital and the rest of the mainstream music industry. They existed right on the edge, if you could even say that. And you'd have to really, really say that. The way that Capital works is it peddles the real within the other. That's how it operates. And when you talk about what rap meant to the communities that it was within, up until all of this, and then again, and then up until, and this back and forth, you see this push in everything. Talk about reggae. Same thing. It's a huge shift. And again, in the chat, I will tell you, I'm not shitting on these people. I think Will Smith fucking can nail it. I think Tupac and Biggie fucking nail it. I like Old Ye. I don't give a fuck. I still will like Old Ye. I fucking like Michael Jackson. I don't give, Death of the Artist is my world. they didn't make it for mass consumption. That's the wrong way to think about it. This isn't that, like, I'm not saying that De La Soul was like, I want to make a bunch of money. They weren't against it, I don't think, but they were building their thing. Capital doesn't exist in a way that, like, you play for it and you make a choice to do the capital thing. That's not how it works. If De La Soul hadn't made the music they would have made, someone else would have made the music they would have made. That's the thing. The nature of the great man theory, or the position of people, material conditions give rise to the world. This is basic leftism, basic Deleuze and Guattari, basic Marx. And so the material conditions give rise. People don't make material conditions. Not like that. Not like that. Yeah.
From.
Like, this is great because it actually hits so many of the right notes in terms of applying theory, becoming minor, deterritorialization, and artistic innovation past the edge of capitalism. At least it was past the edge. Probably not anymore, but it takes a lot of effort, continued effort, to stay past the edge of capitalism, which again seeks to capture the new desire in anything that you've created, really. Anyway, back to this. This little energy explosion includes all the potentiality in creating yourself.
Great man theory. So people talk about the world like people do things, and that people make the world. Elon Musk makes things happen. Donald Trump makes things happen. Obama makes things happen. Bernie will make things happen. This is the idea of the great man theory, that a person's deciding and make choices. This is not it. This is not it. The reality is that the world is materially produced and the people are at the end of the chain. Hitler, as a person, didn't create the Holocaust. He didn't create all of this and make it happen. If you go back and kill Hitler as a baby, right? Would that have stopped World War II? You're foolish to think so. There would have been differences, probably, but the position and the way that the world worked, this was the direction. One man didn't change these things. It's not how it works. That's not how it works. So when we talk about these things, we speak about a person making a choice to sell out or not, or they did their music because they wanted money. It's like there's more complexities here than just people making choices. That's the problem. It's difficult. Kendrick Lamar. I'm a big Kendrick stan. I have been for a very long time. Came really close to working with him. It was a genuinely cool moment to spend time with his manager. Like a wildly weird moment in my life. Kendrick was born of the world he's in. He is an example. He is a person. He is that thing, but he's born of it. His position in these things, this is what the world made. This is the way material conditions operate and how we fall back on them and we claim them for ourselves as a unique person and special. We are special. I am special. I am so great. That's the difference. Death Grips was amazing. God, Death Grips was amazing. Death Grips was so fucking good. Death Grips was so fucking good. Yeah. I mean, I hear they broke up and got together and broke up again yesterday. But yeah, Death Grips is great. Sure shot. I was pitching it's a long story. I was working with Oculus and doing VR stuff, and I was pitching, along with, the company I was working with. We were trying to develop a way to have music, as a VR experience that's generative based on metadata. So it'd be like procedural music videos. And I wanted to do it with, Kendrick was working at the time on his next album. And I really wanted to have it be a part of that. They loved the demo. It was really cool. Just, time and everything. And then, Then quarantine killed everything that was VR. It's all a nightmare. Work is tough. But hey, let's listen to more garbage about the native tongues.
As subject. In this case, it's becoming minor. First of all, here are the native tongues. So obviously they're a visible minority relative to white America and a creative minority relative to the profitability of hip hop in the late 80s compared to like gangsta rap, for example. Now, for Deleuze and Guattari, minorities can deterritorialize a major culture because no matter how inside a culture a minority is, they can always see it as if from outside. Their main example is Kafka's literature, who was Jewish and wrote in Prague German as opposed to High German. But you get this outside perspective from within as a minority. So the Native Tongues Collective deterritorializes by consciously breaking from the existing symbols of captured or commercialized hip-hop. Hip-hop was growing in popularity, and this collective, including the groups De La Soul and A Tribe Called Quest, are known for this lyrical style called conscious rap. And the implication, I guess, is that other rap is unconscious, and that would be a fun little rabbit trail to go down. But anyway, they immediately...
So you and I are in the same boat. I'm trying to figure out where, I can't put my finger on it, but
distance themselves qua image from the bling gun thug image of the emerging gangster rap.
We started giving rappers Zulu beads and African medallions. We was like shaming people that still wore jewelry. You know what I mean? And we would get on them and get on them and get on them. And we put so much pressure on rappers themselves that even LL Cool J and Run DMC took their jewelry off.
In this video, De La Soul does it explicitly. This is called Me, Myself, and I by De La Soul. Rejecting one hip-hop uniform, they re-territorialize themselves with African regalia, spinning off the aesthetic of the universal Zulu nation.
It's not really African regalia. It's like, again, the late 80s were fascinating, but I mean, I was alive in this period. I owned Hammer Pants, thank you very much. And I owned some of this stuff too, because they sold it at TJ Ross. Yeah.
In Deleuzian terms, becoming African-American and full.
I am not sure that the term African-American can be a becoming in that way.
Holding identity and world history together to create a divergent and new line of flight.
Yeah, no, Anthromarx, this is the problem. Like, again, De La Soul, if you want to have, like, if you want to get into it, like the way that they functioned and the way they fucked with stuff, but like Me, Myself, and I is like the most mainstream track. Like, I mean, granted, it's been a few years, so it's tough for me to sort of talk about it, but like, I don't know if I could pick one necessarily. I think at the time I probably could have differentiated better of what was like, you know, pushing the edges and what got me excited about like them. Because it wasn't the easier, safe stuff. Trying to figure out what it might be. It's tough.
It's schizophrenic in the same way that,
again, I was like 10, so.
Schraber thought about the race of his stomach, except now we're applying it to an image. Now, Deleuze and Guattari give the, I guess, prereqs or what to look for when something's being deterritorialized in a minor literature. And all three of these things apply here.
And just to mention, deterritorialization doesn't happen without reterritorialization, so yeah. And things don't become deterritorialized in a minor literature. That's not how it works.
So, the three characteristics of a minor literature are the deterritorialization of language, in this case through rap music, obviously, the connection of the individual to a political immediacy, and the collective assemblage of enunciation. We might as well say that Minor no longer designates specific literatures, but the revolutionary conditions for every literature within the heart of the established literature. By the way, it's from a different book, the Kafka book.
I like how you mentioned that, especially the other stuff that you literally...
So minorities really don't have the privilege of not being political. A minority stance vis-a-vis the state is ipso facto political, and the native tongues embrace this, pushing outward. This
is accurate in the way that they're talking about it, because the definition of minority and embracing becoming minor is that of literally opposing the major, becoming minor, and in the very specific ways. The way that they're talking about it is a little bit, this is fine. This isn't good, but this is fine, I guess.
In every direction at once. Here's another line, or novel line of flight. Hip hop tends to be hyper-masculine and violent, even. And the native tongues included anthems like Queen Latifah's Ladies First and Unity, which used a masculine or masculine-dominated medium to vocalize issues like domestic violence or speak towards the empowerment of women.
So here's the problem. Right now, from our position, and I think people who didn't really live through this in the late 80s, early 90s may not know it, but like the violent side of rap may be something that we expect and see as we look back on all of it, but it was not the thing that drove it into the mainstream. It was the dangerous thing that pushed it away from the mainstream. There's a reason that, like, literally the Democrats were the most religious nutcases when it came to like parental advisory stickers on everything. The violence, the subversion, the sex, the drugs, all that stuff that gangster rap had pushed it away from being capitalist. It sold for sure, but by making something that's directly palatable to a more mainstream audience that can be sold immediately, that doesn't have to have these things, is a reaction to making something more palatable to capital. It's the opposite of becoming minor. It's becoming major. Like, we look at in NWA, we look at these fucking guys now, we look at Biggie from the position now of being gods of their fucking genre, that like you can play around parents. I'm a parent. I've played all of this shit for my kids at one point or another. So we think of that as being always that case. It's hardly the fucking case. Hardly the fucking case. Like NWA was not played at proms. De La Soul was.
Territorialized. I wish I could show you more examples, but I don't want to get murdered on the copyright, so please look up these examples.
A white middle-class guy treating mainstream hip-hop as the most revolutionary thing is a major self-report. It is. It is. It just is. And it shows a misunderstanding again of the book, because that he's not willing to even take an autocritique or think of that for even a moment.
Examples. This is all political, and it never sticks to a zone. This collective was very involved in community organization and against drugs and violence, which is elsewhere valorized in hip-hop.
See, it's elsewhere valorized in hip-hop. Yes, that is, at the time, the minoritarian position. The majoritarian position in the 80s and 90s, when this happened, was Reagan and Bush. So tell me, which of these acts do you think Reagan and Bush would have been okay with? And with that, do you think Reagan and Bush were minoritarian? Do I like Fugees? Fugees were amazing. Look, all these guys are great. I like these acts. This has nothing to do with me disliking the acts. This is about me getting fucked up on the fact that he is absolutely not only trash at understanding Deleuze in every single way and spouting it to people, and people are listening to him, which is fucking wild. But beyond that, he doesn't understand fucking hip hop.
Now, this in itself is not that different from a lot of political organization, but what makes this special is that the whole orbit of identity formation.
Like, hey, you want to know one of the best fucking songs. Long story. I have gang friends in South Central LA, and I spent like a couple nights in the house, and there was this. It was a wild experience for a kid from the suburbs, but when you are with people who like things different than you, and you enjoy their stuff, and you have fun with it. I played Binfold 5 Bitches Ain't Shit for them. It was the funniest fucking thing in the fucking world. And vice versa, they had versions of songs that like very much traditionally white people songs that like some local rapper had covered. It's fucking insane. Like the whole point of like experiencing music and crossing over and going through these things is the enjoyment of the music. This has nothing to do with the enjoyment of any of these artists. Tribe Called Quest is good. Again, Jungle Brothers, just like, come on, like dig a little bit into native tongues. Like there's other shit. Some Jungle Brothers good. But to say these guys are what these are to music, what Kafka is to literature, that's what he's saying. That's what he's saying. He's saying Native Tongues Collective is to music what Kafka is to literature. That's what he's saying.
And political activity circles art, hip-hop, invention, lyrics. Now, I don't know anything about music theory or history other than to say, you know, I like the lyrics and I like how this sounds and I like the samples. But all the sources that I looked at for this speak to the innovation of the sampling and recording used especially by the groups De La Soul and Tribe Called Quest. For example, sampling jazz music. And the main Deleuzian point here is that all of this comes together: the art, the style, the image, the identity formation. So the Deleuzian descriptor for all of this is an intensity that sort of burst out into all this stuff.
That is not. No.
Identity, image, art, and politics all at the same time.
Nope.
So this is not a purity politics, not a politics of scolding people, not a politics of stepping on Twitter rivals. It's a politics entirely of creation, inventing, style.
That part's correct. Good job. You got 3 words in a row correct for the first time.
Styles, identities, and coloring outside of lines. A politics of creativity. This becoming minor isn't overly concerned.
Look, Deleuze is concerned with creation, with creativity, with the creation of new. That is all that Anti-Edipus is focused on, is how do we create something new? We're stuck in the cycles of capital, and here's how it functions. And it's so bad that Plastic Pills, after reading it, I don't think he actually read it, after reading it, he found a way to literally do the thing that showed he had no grasp of it in order to make it all the way around. He is stuck in that cycle so deep. This is what capital is. He is a subject insisting upon itself. But it's working out for him. And he's got a ton of subscribers. He gets to pretend like he understands philosophy. And he has guests on here who just suck up to him because I have no idea.
With answering the major. Because instead, it transcends the channels it creates for desire.
Nope.
No doubt, and of course this always happens, it was eventually commercialized. Now it's
eventually commercialized. Yes, eventually Queen Latifah was commercialized. Eventually Tribe Called Quest was commercialized. Wow. Let's find out how they did, because I want to know how long it took them to be commercialized. Oh, wow. Their first album in 1990 went gold. Their second album went platinum. Wow. I mean, cool. Good for them, I guess. Their U.S. Overall charts, top 45. Their third went platinum. They number one, number 3, number 1. Look at that. Good for them. Took a while for them to be commercialized. And of course, again, the self-report, black people can't commercialize African history, but it's white people doing it.
Cheap, but the ongoing goal of deterritorialization here is to always stay ahead, to keep your desire out in front.
No, it's not your desire. You are desire's subject. Stop doing that.
Commercialization is always rearguard because capitalism is not free desire. And that's always the schizo subject.
I saw that he had the translator of Capital. I mean, it's like, again, this is why, like, that other shithead who was like making fun of people who were angry at Philosophy Tube for her takes on Nietzsche. He was still nice to her, despite literally saying in the video that her video had no point and also was bad in terms of Nietzsche and didn't do philosophy well, which are, as far as I'm concerned, like the three things. He's like, but it was entertaining, except you can watch it. He wasn't entertained at all. He's lying. He's lying. He's making up. He's saying whatever he has to in order to come to the point where he's still generally agreeable. And that's all these people want to be, is generally agreeable, because, you know, God, the last thing you want is one of these big YouTubers to say something negative about you, because it'd be sad. And then we may not have sales of our books, and the books that need to sell because I just care so much. De La Soul was ahead of the game. Parappa, the Rappos, all the hooks to them. Absolutely. But again, Parappa the Rapper, you see, you don't understand. Parappa the Rapper was deterritorializing the nature of R&B, because he was showing himself becoming two-dimensional in a 3D world. And he taught you that kick, punch is all in the mind. That truly is how we deterritorialize.
Subject's advantage. So this is not another manifesto. God knows there are enough of those. But Deleuze and Guattari in these books are trying to unite form and content. For them, philosophy has gotten boring, stale, cut off, and put into boxes and academic departments. We could say the same thing about our political positions, always focused on the cause of the hour and who broke the rules, when there's a world's wealth out there of connections, styles, histories, mythologies even, to be created or recreated.
Yes, that's what Deleuze and Guattari really want us to do, is create mythologies. Did he fucking just say that? I just need to, sorry. I need to. Did he just say that we need to be creating histories and mythologies?
Power and who broke the rules, when there's a world's wealth out there of connections, styles, histories, mythologies even, to be created or recreated. If we were doing politics like this, there wouldn't be a purity test at the door and factions would have no use.
I mean, factions would be absolutely still having a use. Factions have a use because of the segregative nature of the disjunctive syllogism, that we end up in a position through the process of
Anyway, that's my appeal. And to a lesser degree, this philosophy reflects what I kind of hope that this channel does.
See, I found a way to find myself.
To be informative, not boring, creative when I can be, and adverse to the prevailing winds of online media. So you can thank my patrons who picked this topic for the.
Do not thank any of these people. Ever. Never thank these people. Pity them, because to them this is good content.
Change either stuff that I'm trying it with YouTube, and not very well, actually.
Correct. You're not very good at it.
Definitely not a schizophrenic episode. It's extremely linear.
Again, he doesn't understand what any of these things mean.
Like this, but I have to walk before I run. Okay, so Native Tongues did it, of course, with music. So to you, if you're a writer, activist, cartoonist, academic, musician, or a memer, the call to action here is just to go schizo.
Philosophy is difficult. Philosophy is difficult. The nature of it is not something that you simply begin reading and you just grasp. You have to spend time understanding concepts. You must spend time understanding not just concepts, but the creator of them. Deleuze speaks of this quite specifically, that we need to step in and go, hey, Spinoza's concept of ethics, because ethics is a concept meaningless. Plato's concept of the ideal, very different. The relation of the creative process to the one who created it, the way this friendship happens, the way these things work, these aren't easy to grasp. And I never fault anyone in the position of not grasping it. I read books that I find difficult. I'm going to share 3 books that I find difficult. The one I find least difficult, but still difficult in and of itself, is, let's see. Yep. Aberrant Movements, which is a book on Gilles Deleuze from David Lapoujade. This is a rebuilding of Deleuze's thought. Very different than Holland. Holland, in his book on Anti-Edipus, is trying to tell you about the book. Lapoujade is not trying to tell you about Deleuze. He is working through all of it from a position of his own and creating and working with concepts as he goes that breathes a lot of life into parts of Deleuze and Guattari's writing that I find absolutely stunning. You can tell it is my first time through. My first time through books, I don't ever make notes. I don't believe in it. I will do a second read through or a third. As an example of that, The Idea of Pure Critique. I don't think my camera will zoom in. There it is. It's an offensively pink, beautiful goddamn book. You can see if my camera hates it. You can actually, is causing pain to the camera right now. Those letters are dark green. Those letters are dark green. It like hurts the camera. And you can see it's a different beast as far as notes go. Because this one I'm on my way through the 3rd time. This is a reading of Deleuze through Kant. I probably don't comment my code. I comment the shit out of my code. This is not code. I'm reading, trying to take it in. Reading, trying to understand. Another one I'm on my first read through, and I have only just begun, and I stopped because I needed to go read the other books from this gentleman. This is Neo-Finalism, Raymond Rouher. Now, we have readings, and I only have physical books because I marked up the PDFs, and I wanted physical ones, so I went and bought them because they were on sale. We've been doing readings of these fucking things on the server. Recordings are on the YouTube channel. Those changed how I viewed Deleuze. Is it bad to note the first time? Do your own shit, my friend. Do your own shit. Don't fucking, hey, my process is my process. Because what matters is, at the end of it, what are you getting out of it and why? With this, I'm actually not really trying to get through this in terms of like taking a million notes because I have enough in my brain and I have enough other notes on Deleuze and his works that a lot of what Lapoujade is going through for this is stuff that I generally understand and know. I don't have to make a lot of notes because he's connecting stuff in really amazing ways. For example, let me read. If we haven't mentioned, this is halfway through, if we haven't mentioned psychoanalysis yet, even though its critique makes up the bulk of Anti-Edipus, that is because the book's entire demonstration aims to show that psychoanalysis is only ever an application of the capitalist axiomatic, the pursuit and reinforcement of that axiomatic by other means. Okay. By the way, brilliant. Brilliant. and timely. Good page to turn to. This is for understand. This, I don't understand Kant, and that's what this means. that's what this means. This means I don't understand Kant. Because this is a book. I take notes, I take highlights, I have little stickers everywhere. This is like one of the hardest things I've read in a while. But until this, and I had to stop. I literally got like 20 pages in, and I had to stop. And that's why it's pretty much in pristine condition, because I'm really, really stupid. I had to go back through. I had to go to his other books, which mostly I do in PDF. I have a ink pad. I have a Books Note 2 or Note C or some shit. One of those things that I highlight in, and I can actually physically write notes and jot all over PDFs. You do what you need to do to understand, because you won't, and you shouldn't the first time through. If you read a philosopher, any of them, the first time through and you go, oh, I think I get it, stop, slap yourself once, and start again. There is no one that you understand on a first read. No one. And when I say that, I don't mean like Jordan Peterson and Ayn Rand. I'm talking about like actual philosophers, people who actually create concepts and people who actually build systems that are meant to be dealt with. That Plato, I made the mistake early on in my philosophy career of thinking I got Plato my first read through. I did not. And I've learned that I didn't for a very long time, even after other reads. Plato's actually really interesting and is saying a lot of things that I did not understand. Plato's really cool. And then the worst thing, you ready for the worst thing? Rereading the Phaedrus after Deleuze. Fuck me. His entire talk about the simulacra, the way Plato goes about, I do not even read it the same way. It's as if I've never read Plato before. That's philosophy. That's how it works. If you're doing it right, you're building new shit all the fucking time. You're doing new things all the fucking time. So I have this shelf. I've got a lot of cool shit. I can show you really cool books, really small books, books I've noted up to shit, books I've broken in probably more than I should have. Small little books, big thick ones, things that I have just for fun because I don't really care. I have a dictionary of untranslatables. It's that big red gigantic nightmare you can actually see. It's one of the books you can actually make out. I found things that excited me, and I went with it, and I continue to do that same thing. Do that same thing. Find that thing. Because otherwise, if you read it, and you are as arrogant as Plastic Pills was in this reading, where everything you say is the opposite of what's in the book, and not as that's how you interpret it. No, as in, you are an embarrassment, and this is an embarrassment, and it's awful that people take this in. It's awful that people take this in and read this and listen to this and think this is even close. You have harmed so many people in their understanding of Deleuze. It's horrifying. And this is why I think Mark Fisher is shit, because he does the same thing. He does the philosophy tube version of it, but in book form. There's a lot of people who do this in general. This is the industry of philosophy. It's not about creating concepts. It's about finding ways to make them palatable through analogy and metaphor. It leads to no new understandings. It makes people feel impotent. It's probably an issue for anyone here who's gone down this road. The moment you have that impotence because you are trying to grasp what he's saying, he's wrong. These people are wrong. You're not doing it philosophy the way that it's been taught for decades or hundreds of years. Literally. You learn lots of things. Deleuze didn't come out of nowhere. Deleuze read an extraordinary amount of shit. Guattari didn't come out of nowhere. He wasn't just some like rando. He read an extraordinary amount of shit and wrote a lot of shit. And they wrote a lot of shit together and they did amazing things. You have to do so fucking much. And just to sort of skip past a lot of those things, or to have like a 4-year degree and think that you've got like, that's all I needed. I just, someone told me what these things were and I kind of run with it. This is not understanding. In the world of engineers, you have people that come out of a comp sci degree and they think they kind of know the world because they've built stuff, they've done stuff, they think it's the limits. Then they spend time around my best engineer I've ever worked with in my entire life, Ruslan, who may at some time watch this. He occasionally does. He's a gigantic fucking tartan Russian fuck. Just one of my favorite people on earth. He and his wife and his kids are just amazing. But he's my favorite engineer. And they will spend time with him and they will be mind blown. And they will go, so where'd you study? And he goes, oh, I didn't go to school for engineering. And he'll say it in a big ass Russian accent, but he's a pianist, piano composition, concert composition. I think he got his master's in. These things as they're taught, the process, the breadth of stuff that leads into this. Deleuze has a background in ways that are hard to describe. He has a background in logic. People don't read logic stuff and go to Deleuze. They think Deleuze is anti-logic. Look at this fucking guy, no doubt believes Deleuze is anti-logic. I would argue that Deleuze is the philosopher of logic. That's what he's done. All of his books are the logic of blank. You could rename all of them. Logic of sensation, logic of sense, logic of identity, logic of repression. Name a thing all the way through. The logic of things is Deleuze's jam. The process underneath it is, I'm not the only one who thinks this, other people. I can make the argument that Deleuze is a philosopher of mathematics, that math is one of his core things. Philosopher of anthropology, absolutely. He has a breadth of knowledge that's extraordinary, and he's not alone. Most philosophers don't just read some philosophy shit and get going. They don't just go, oh, cool, I read some Aristotle, and someone told me about Hegel, and off I go. No, most of them have an extraordinary breadth of knowledge and experience. An extraordinary breadth of knowledge and experience. Leibniz wasn't a philosopher. He was a mathematician, but he was absolutely a philosopher. That's how these people are. Because when you're building concepts, when you're thinking about the very image of thought itself and the nature of it, you go way beyond those things. And it's tough. This is not easy stuff, but follow the passions, run with it, do their thing, and actually study it. Don't try to put yourself in it, as he says. He literally says he did. Understand that you are actually looking at the very image of thought itself and working with it. It's powerful. And it's worth it. Should we finish today with the jaunt through a fun children's book? I don't have one right here. Let's see. Give me a second to look around. What do I have? Because I don't have a lot of books that do the jaunt. That's the problem. I want to read a little Deleuze from a tiny little book. On the Line. On the Line is one of those first of the semiotext series. If you've ever seen semiotext E thing. Total books I've read in philosophy. Dude. Is it enough? Not enough? Never enough? 2? I'm just going to say 2. And you just get to enjoy me reading because you won't get to see the book. It's just going to be a couple paragraphs. This is Politics by Gilles Deleuze. It contains 2 essays. Guattari on the rhizome, Deleuze on politics. As individuals and groups, we are made of lines that are very diverse in nature. The first type of line, there are many of this type, that forms us is segmentary, or rigidly segmented. Family, profession. Work, vocation. Family, then school, then army, then factory, then retirement. Each time, from one segment to another, we are told, now you are no longer a child, then at school. Now you are no longer at home, in the army. Well, this isn't school anymore. In short, all kinds of well-defined segments, going in every direction, which carve up, in every sense, these bundles of segmented lines. At the same time, there are segmented lines that are much more supple, that are somehow molecular. Not that they are more intimate, more personal, for they traverse groups and societies as well as individuals. They trace out small modifications, cause detours, suggest highs or periods of depression, yet they are just as well defined, and even govern many irreversible processes. Rather than being segmented molar lines, these are instead molecular flux. See, it even says flux, by the way. With thresholds or quanta. A threshold is crossed that doesn't necessarily coincide with a segment of more visible lines. Many things happen along this second type of line. Becomings, micro-becomings, that don't have the same rhythm as our history. This is why family problems, readjustments, and recollection seem so painful, while our real changes happen elsewhere. Another politics, another time, another individuation. A profession is a rigid segment, but what goes on underneath, what connects attractions and repulsions which don't coincide with the segments, what secret follies, nevertheless linked to public power. A professor, for example, a judge, lawyer, accountant, and a cleaning woman. At the same time again, there is a third line, even stranger still, as if something were carrying us away through our segments, but also across our thresholds, toward an unknown destination, neither foreseeable nor pre-existent. This line, though simple and abstract, is the most complicated and tortuous of all. It is the line of gravity, or celerity, the line of flight with the steepest gradient. The line that has to describe the center of gravity is certainly simple and believed to be straight in most cases, but from another point of view, this line possesses something extremely mysterious, for it is nothing other than the path of a dancer's soul. This line seems to surge up, afterwards detaching itself from the other two, if indeed it ever does, for perhaps there are people who do not have this line, who have only the other two, or who have only the one, who live only along it. Yet in another way, this line has been there from time immemorial, although it is the opposite of destiny. It need not detach itself from the others. It may be primary, with the others deriving from it. In any case, these three lines are immanent and caught up in each other. We have as many entangled lines in our lives as there are in the palm of your hand, but we are complicated in a different way. The pursuits that Guattari and I call by various names, schizoanalysis, micropolitics, pragmatism, diagrammatics, rhizomatics, cartography, have no other goal than the study of these lines, in groups or individuals. He writes good shit. He writes very good shit. With that, I'm going to be leaving you, and I'm going to once again say, if you appreciate what I do, please, super chats, memberships, subscribe and like, all that stuff really does help spread us and spread the message and get that going. If you have an opportunity through all of this, and you can, supporting is great. Patreon is, of course, the best, patreon.com/DGQC. But if you are someone who wants to study philosophy, who wants to talk about this stuff, who wants to have someone push back or push back on me, it is welcome. It's absolutely welcome. Join the Discord, discord.gg/DGQC. All are welcome. We really love having you, and we really spend time working on this shit. I'm going to go crash out because This is now marking 5.5 hours. And the good news I'm happy about is that is actually the worst Anti-Oedipus video that exists. There are right-wingers who've done videos on Anti-Oedipus making fun of it who have a better read. Can you imagine how awful that is? I've got this behind me, and so do you. Thank you for joining me. As always, it's the highlight of my week, and I appreciate all of you.